Somebody conspicuously absent.
All right. Good evening, everyone.
Yikes.
Are we okay?
That's fire.
A pager.
Is that
yeah.
fire? All is well?
No, it's fine. Yeah, that's important. All right, if everyone can kind of settle down, we'll get this meeting called to order. It is 6:01, and it is November 19th, our regular commission meeting. If Mrs. Brown, the town clerk, will call the roll.
Mayor Allison Dennington.
Here.
Vice Mayor Don Barlow. Here. Commissioner Robert Baldwin.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Butler.
Here.
Commissioner Tim Reed.
Here.
Interim Town Manager Lisa Frazier.
Here.
Town Attorney Ryan Knight.
Here.
Finance Manager Jennifer Kerr.
Here.
Police Chief Tim Zander.
Here.
Fire Chief Gavin Brown.
Here.
Public Works Director Tom Davis.
Here.
Town Clerk Amber Brown is also present.
All right, we'll stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, my water.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. We have an exciting night. We'll be swearing in the new candidates and thanking both of the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Baldwin for their service. And then we'll have a short reception after that. Okay, let me get to our agenda. It does have us doing the administration. Oh, excuse me. We'll do the civility, Pledge of Allegiance, moment of silence, and civility pledge. The commission and the staff of the town of Melbourne Beach pledge to conduct all public discourse in a civil manner. The mayor and all members of the commission will treat one another with courtesy and respect and ask the public to do the same toward the commission, each other, and towards staff. We will be respectful of one another even when we disagree. We will direct all comments towards the issues, and we will avoid personal attacks. So I have on my agenda number 4 that we will be doing the oath of office before we do any changes or additions. So that's where we are right now. Will be the administration of the oath of office, which the town clerk will do. So we first have Dr. Terry Cronin. If you will come on up and take your oath.
Sure. Yes. Ava, I need someone to hold the Bible. Just don't hit me with it.
Okay. And then if you guys want to stand like rightfully right here so that way everyone can see you.
Everyone this way?
Just facing.
Okay.
Have you take one step back because the microphone. Okay.
All right.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Terry Cronin,
I, Terry Cronin,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support and protect
that I will support and protect
and defend the Constitution and government
and defend the Constitution and government
of the United States and of the state of Florida,
of the United States and the state of Florida,
that I am duly qualified
that I am duly qualified
to hold office under the Constitution
to hold office under the Constitution
of the state,
of the state,
and that I am well and faithfully
and that I am well and faithfully
perform the duties of
perform the duties of
Town of Melbourne Beach Commissioner at Large, Town of Melbourne Beach,
Commissioner at Large,
yep, on which I am now about to enter,
on which I am about now to enter.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, now we will call up Ms. Cherry Corey to take her oath of office. And then before we take a reception, I'm just going to give everyone a chance to thank, or give the other commissioners a chance to speak. And yeah, and then we'll have our reception.
And switch places. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Sherry Corey, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, protect, and defend
protect, and defend
the Constitution and government
the Constitution and government
of the United States
of the United States
and of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
that I am duly qualified
that I am duly qualified
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution of the state,
under the Constitution of the state,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
perform the duties of
perform the duties of
Town of Melbourne Beach Commissioner at Large,
Town of Melbourne Beach Commissioner at Large,
on which I am now about to enter.
on which I am now about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, before we go to the reception, I just want to give the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Baldwin, who have dedicated long hours in the last year, if they'd like to say something, the chance to, as well as the other commissioners, if they want to say anything, to thank the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Baldwin. And I want to thank both of you. I feel like we've had tough conversations a lot of different times, but we've done good work, and I've appreciated all of the input that you guys have always put in, because you're very smart and you make good points, and it's been beneficial for the town, and happy to have you, and sad to lose you.
Thank you. No, I know I had an opportunity to make some statements at the last full meeting, of which I was sitting up here, but just want to thank everybody for the opportunity to serve you. It's been an honor. It's been a learning opportunity for me as well. I appreciate the commission as well as the employees, sharing history, being thoughtful, and I also had an opportunity to just emphasize that we have an incredible amount of volunteers and boards in this town, and Melbourne Beach is about to face and is going through some transition. I think it's all very positive transition. We've got an opportunity to sit here and prioritize and keep the town first and foremost, and to remain objective. But just personally and professionally, just want to thank you, and just also want to thank my husband, who is in the audience as well, for all of your support. And yeah, so with that, just hope everybody has a happy holiday season.
So it's been a lot of fun, and also very trying at times. But on the whole, I will say that I've enjoyed being a commissioner. It's given me a whole new perspective on what it means to really serve the public, to serve all of you and all of you on the video. I think that, one of the things that I didn't anticipate in coming into this role was just the restrictive nature of the Sunshine Law. My background, as some of you may have heard, is all corporate, and I'm used to just being able to pick up the phone and call, a board of directors or other people, talk about an issue, and it's so much easier to get things done. And with the Sunshine Law, we can't talk about anything unless it's in an open forum that's been noticed and that has minutes being taken. And so I know sometimes it was frustrating for you guys out there to hear us sort of fumbling and stumbling through a discussion, but that's just the nature of being up here on the dais. And so that was really something that struck me, in my time here, that really hats off to the remaining commissioners and to our new commissioners, because it is kind of some handcuffs. It is restrictive. So but we operate within those bounds, and it's been interesting. We have, I think, a great, next couple of years ahead of us. Our town is really fiscally very solvent and solid. But stormwater is going to be a big thing, and it's really expensive, as we just found out, and it's going to be increasingly expensive. All the things that Indy Atlantic is going through, we're going to be going through them too. And their stuff is newer than our stuff. So buckle up and strap in, and it's going to be fun. Thank you all.
And if Commissioner Butler and Commissioner Reed would like to say anything, and then we'll take our reception, and then the new members will come up. They'll move to the center, I believe. And
Okay, thank you, yes. I just want to thank both of you for stepping up, and that was kind of chaotic, getting appointed, and I know that was all trial by fire, but Commissioner Reed and I were also on fire. So I appreciate the camaraderie during our meetings and the integrity that you both brought to this dais, the professionalism, the intelligence, the levity. It was important to laugh during the times of struggle, and I think ultimately we have made some strides. We can do better, but you both worked really hard up here and obviously behind the scenes, because you came prepared, and just I'm going to miss you both a lot, but I'm excited about the new transition, the new commissioners coming up, and I think that we're going to be strong going forward, and I'm looking forward to days ahead. But thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we will take a short reset. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Commissioner Reed.
I'll be brief. So no, just thank you to both of you for the service here. Boy, a year goes by pretty quickly. Yeah, thanks for your service, and we turn the page and go forward. Thank you.
All right, we will take a 5 to 10, maybe 10 minute. What do y'all think? 10-minute break? Yeah. We'll take a 10-minute break, have a little reception. There's some snacks. People can walk around and talk, and then we will reconvene for the meeting. All right, we are adjourned. I don't know that I need a motion. Yeah, because we're just taking a break, not, yeah. Okay, we're on break, 6:12.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes,
been a
I actually
pleasure.
cannot wait to be able to.
I would
Mic's on. We will call this meeting back to order and welcome our new commissioners, Dr. Cronin and Commissioner Corey. All right, let me get out. I moved my stuff so that we could take that picture and I pull it all back out. Let's see, so give me a moment. I believe that we are on additions. So while oh yes, let's do roll call again, thank you.
Mayor
Mrs.
Allison Dennington.
Yes, here.
Sorry, we haven't voted that yet. Commissioner Anna Butler.
Here.
Commissioner Tim Reed.
Here.
Commissioner Terry Cronin. Commissioner Sherry Corey.
Here.
Interim Town Manager Lisa Frazier.
Here.
Town Attorney Ryan Knight.
Here.
Finance Manager Jennifer Kerr.
Here.
Public Works Director Tom Davis.
Here.
Town Clerk Amber Brown is also present.
Okay. Let's see. So we are on meeting agenda additions, deletions, changes. I have a couple of recommendations that I wanted to discuss or propose, but really quick before I do that, there were just a moment ago 2 documents that were placed up here on our table. So are these walk-ons for tonight or are these just information?
Informational only.
Okay, but they're not relevant for tonight?
They are in brief discussions.
Okay, well, just because, in case they get talked about, I'm going to just mention what they are at least, because
Oh, of
the
course,
clerk may
yes.
supplement. So there is an 11 by 17, 2-sided document, so that'd be 2 pages. It looks like it is the fiscal year 2025-2026 project program strategic plan draft. This was prepared by our manager, okay? And then the second one is a double-sided, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, double-sided, but 17 full pages, which it is titled Braille Monitor March 2010. And I do believe this is, you met with Mrs. Adler, which thank you very much for doing that. This discusses enhancing pedestrian safety for the blind. So I do hope this will come up. I was going to bring it up in my commission report discussion, so.
I believe Ms. Adler's here, and she will be speaking during
Good.
the public
Wonderful.
comment
Yes,
section. And
she came to see.
She gave us
yeah,
these.
We spoke at length a while back, and you, when I found out you were going to meet with her, I said, I'm going to let you handle it, and I stayed out of it and you've updated us, and I appreciate that. Okay, so those are our 2 walk-on items. There are, that may be mentioned, but there was an email that went back and forth between Commissioner Reed and the manager that did have a bunch of information. So in case that comes up, I do have that. And we have a very detailed report from the manager as well, which may come up. I'm not including those as walk-on items, but if anybody was interested in them, they do have a bunch of information. You'd be able to get those from the clerk. Okay, so the... also, during the break, a member of the Technology Advisory Board came up and requested, if it were possible, to be added into the reports section. They had a late meeting that was after the packet deadline, but there was one piece of information and some discussion that came up that they wanted to be able to report on and hopefully get a vote. And they advised me that they just need 1 to 3 minutes tops, and they would go at the end of the reports, that way that it's not holding up any of the other reports. So if there's no...
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Oh, yes.
I'll apologize, but if you would look at item 14A, they are first.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, okay, they are on. That is
So
great.
we
They
are
are
on
on
there,
here.
and we look
For some
forward
reason,
to their
they
report.
thought that they weren't on here, so they are on, so that they will be able to come up and
Yes,
present in the reports. The other thing that I wanted to just mention or propose and see if anybody was up for it, the survey, I think there was some really good information in there. And there's a couple of items that Commissioner Butler had last month that got pushed to this month. So I wouldn't, but my proposal, or what I would love or like to see, is if it were possible for us, if this resolution passes, where we will have 2 potential voting meetings, to pass this to that next meeting, because that meeting would be a shorter meeting, won't have all the department reports. I think we'd be able to discuss it more in depth without the meeting going so long, and also without having to have any of the department heads here when we discussed it. They might appreciate that, I don't know. so that would be my proposal, is just, I would like to be able to pull that and put that to the next meeting if we pass the resolution, or just to be able to have either a special meeting to discuss that as a standalone item. But it's up to the commission, but that would be my suggestion.
I'd like to make some changes.
Okay, does anybody have any thoughts, though, on that, the suggestion about that before you get to it? Does anyone?
It's my item, so if it's okay?
Yeah.
I'm not in favor of waiting on this. I think that I had a hard enough time getting information on it to begin with, so, or response on exactly how we should go forward. So I think in order to show respect to the staff, we don't push this under the rug for one more week, one more minute, one more day.
I
My
agree.
opinion.
Okay. Well, fair enough. It was the first time it looks like it ended the 30th, and I never received anything. I tried to get some information from the town attorney as to whether this is the full report even, and he is not sure either, so that, yes.
Well, that request was made this afternoon, so I
Yes,
haven't
I
had
know.
a chance to
Yes,
get that to
yeah.
you
Well, you said
while I
you-
was driving over.
No, well, actually, you said that you would, you thought it wouldn't be a problem, you'd contact the clerk, but
It did.
does anyone know, is this the full packet, or is this parts of it?
Madam Mayor, could I be recognized?
Yes.
So we've already had the discussion, and
Okay.
we don't need to go any further. We should move on to the next
Okay,
item.
that's fine.
So I'd like to
All
make
right,
some
go
additions,
ahead.
some changes.
Yep.
I'd like to move 12D and E, which is the budget resolutions. I'd like to move that up closer to 6 or 7, so that our finance manager could leave the meeting early. I think that that would be a good step for her. And then I'd also like to table until January 10A and 12F. The reason I'd like to table that until January is I asked for some data that needed to have a bit of a deep dive, and because of the holidays, I don't think it'll be completed. And so I'd like to give our staff time to enjoy the holidays, and I know our finance department person is going to be on vacation for a few weeks. And so I'd like to push that back to January. I don't think it's going to affect anything over the holidays.
Okay, could
So
you,
that will clear our agenda up quite a bit.
okay, so you want to table, is this, maybe, did you say this one correct? You want to table 10A, which is.
10A?
Well, I think it's just the second reading of the reduction of my salary, which
But I'd like to table 10A.
oh, you want
I
to,
don't-
to table the reduction
10A,
of commissioner
And I want
salaries.
to table 12F until the new year, because I'd like to have some data that I already stated has not been provided.
So we would have to do, this is the second reading, and just for the bit, this is the, basically reduction of our salary, which we approved, and then it had
I
a first
think we
reading.
all know
We would
what
have
it
to
is.
we would have to republish this then, Mr. Knight, and pay for that? or-
Not unless we move it to a date certain.
So we don't have to, if we move it to a date certain, we don't have to?
Madam Mayor, could I interrupt you?
But no, you cannot. I'm sorry, you do have to, ask to be recognized.
Could I be
But-
recognized?
No, not yet. I have a question.
There's a motion on the floor, and you
No,
haven't
no,
asked
there's
for a
not- There is
second.
not a motion. These are not motions.
She was motioning to make a change.
It's not a motion yet, and you are allowed to ask questions. My question for you, you want to move it to January.
Correct.
Is it
Because of the holidays for the staff.
how much-
Because there's data that was not able to be provided.
Could I
And I
get,
don't want to
How
make
much
any decisions.
there's a lot, is there a lot of information that you need on that?
I don't think I need to clarify.
No, you don't, but I'm just asking if you
So
would
I'm
care
just
to.
I'm
Okay.
saying, that's what I would like to do, and I
Okay.
think that you should make a vote
I,
on those changes.
I have no
And
problem
also
with
the
that.
budget,
If, I mean, I
Bringing the
would,
budget forward so that our budget finance department
Okay.
head can leave the meeting early.
So that we can take an orderly vote on each one of these, I want to make sure, because you're recognized right now. You had the first one, which was tabling,
No, the first
Or-
one
excuse
was
me.
moving,
12D and E up.
correct?
Let's take that one first. Does anyone have an objection to that? I don't.
No.
So seeing no objection, that change will be
You
made.
want to make a vote? Because Commissioner Reed didn't speak.
We can do things by consent, and I said if there's no objection,
That's correct. She's correct.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, could you please do us the favor of identifying where exactly you would like to move this? You had stated, I'm sorry, Commissioner, you had stated 5 or 6. May I suggest?
6 or 7.
6 or 7, I apologize, ma'am. May I suggest 7? I mean, after 7? I mean, I don't, which one would you like? Just for clarification, please.
yeah, so 12D and E, where would you like to move it?
7 is fine, unless it's going to be the announcements and upcoming events. Is that going to be a very long? So 7 is fine.
Thank you for your
So it would,
clarification.
Thank you.
it would become 7A and B, and what is existing 7A would become 7C? Is that what we're saying?
Yes,
Wait.
please.
I don't, but it's not a presentation, though. Can you, I think it would just,
It's announcements,
but these are resolutions, we have to vote on these.
and it's
What's-
in order for do you have a better number that's above that?
No, I'm just,
So then let's leave it at that.
well, but 7 is so we have an order, and 7 is a presentation, so that's,
May I assist you?
yes,
ma'am?
yes.
So typically, when you move up, it
Yeah.
just stays the same.
Yeah.
So you're just taking the, I think it's new business, 12D and E, and moving it behind 7, so it doesn't become 7, it just gets moved.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
that okay?
Yes, I mean, I would say before 7, so,
Whatever your
Resolution,
desire.
yeah.
We just need to know where. for
Okay.
Ms. Brown.
so.
I would like
right.
it before the Sunshine Law presentation.
Okay, good, so it will go right after 6 and before 7.
Thank you.
12D and E. So is there any objection to that? Otherwise, that move will be made by consent.
No objection.
Seeing no objection, those will be made. Okay, now we'll move to the next one, which was, you wanted to move 10A, the second reading of the salary reduction, to January,
To January after the holidays,
to a regular meeting?
please.
Okay? I would object to that, but it's not the hill I'm gonna die on, so I'm fine with it if, unless somebody else has an objection. I mean, I have an objection in principle, but it's fine.
So second,
Well, we can do it without a motion if there's no objection.
you objected.
I'm saying objection in
We're-
principle, but I'm not gonna make an objection.
If we're moving it for the second reading, we need to have a vote on it to a
Okay,
date
all right,
certain.
so would you like to make a motion then, Mrs. Corey?
A motion to move 10A to January, take it off the agenda, move it to January.
And clarification, I believe the manager said we need to state a specific date. So we would need to give could someone give us the actual date of our January meeting that you would need to put in your,
January 21st?
So it'd be January 21st at 6 PM.
okay, could you revise the motion to include that date?
To the January 21st meeting, 2026.
Okay, and
Second,
second, okay, we have a motion and a second. We do go to public comment, we have votes. Is there any public comment on the moving of the second reading of the salary reduction? We will not have to republish it, so. Seeing no objection, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay? Nay.
Nay.
Okay, that motion carries 3-2. All right, Mrs. Corey, you still have the floor. Do you have any other?
Yes.
Okay.
12F
Okay.
to the same
Your,
date.
your mic, Commissioner Corey.
It went off.
Yes, yeah.
12F to the same date, move it to the January 21st meeting.
You don't have to, but do you care to
I already did.
discuss why? Or, no, you don't want to?
I already said why.
Oh, I apologize. I did not hear that. Could
So
you?
that's the motion? Are you wanting a motion or just consent?
No, I was curious if you were willing to explain why
I already
that
did.
one.
I already did.
I'm sorry, but could you repeat it for me? I don't recall.
The data that was requested was not received.
Okay. All right. So, is there any, would staff, is there any staff want to make any comment or, no? Okay. All right, well,
Is there an
I
objection?
have no
Is
objection.
hearing any objections?
no, hold on, okay. All right, would you like to make a motion?
I thought I just did.
No, could you make the
I'd like to
motion?
make a motion to move 12F to the January 21st meeting.
Okay, is there
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Okay, so that motion looks like it carries 4-1. I can say why I voted against it. I voted against it because this was, I think, supported by a lot of the staff, and it was going to be a way for us to be able to shorten our regular meetings and not have to have so many special meetings using the date we already have. But we'll talk about it January. So, okay, Commissioner Corey, do you have any other while you still have the floor?
No, those are the only four. Thank
Okay,
you.
yes, would you like to make a change?
I could, yes. Sorry, I just had it. 11G, I can remove completely. That was just 2 meetings ago, just to have a discussion to see where people were with that, but I wasn't even going to vote for it myself. I just wanted to bring it to the table. So it keeps getting pushed, so let's remove it completely if that's possible.
What number? I'm sorry.
It's 11G.
11G.
Okay,
It was just a discussion of,
well, you're allowed to remove it with it, yeah.
okay.
I believe, isn't that correct? You're allowed to remove it, the commissioner who put it on. Okay, so that one will be stricken.
Without any vote?
Yeah, no, it doesn't read, the commissioner that put it on is allowed to pull it.
So, just, Madam Mayor, I read this material and went over the material. I think that this material is important for people to understand what's going on with short-term rentals in our
Okay,
community.
I'm sorry, this is not discussion. Any commissioner can pull their item, and she has, and it's not, it doesn't require a vote or objections.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. If it's her item, she can pull it. So she has pulled it, and it's basically done.
Okay, so I
Now,
would
you-
recommend bringing it back.
Yeah.
Maybe at a workshop,
Yeah.
because this discussion is important.
Well, you will have
It's
the
in the packet.
opportunity, as you have something on the packet for our next meeting. You could bring it back if we're going to have a workshop. We won't have a voting meeting now because the resolution that would have allowed us to have a voting meeting is been tabled to January. But we have a workshop meeting that's always scheduled the first, so you could put it for that, which will be your next opportunity. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so 11G has been pulled by the submitter, which was Commissioner Butler. Did you have any other?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Reed, did you have any?
I do not.
Okay, Commissioner Cronin, did you have any changes, additions, deletions that you would like to propose?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right, so with that completed, now I would need a motion to accept the agenda as proposed with the additions and changes that we have made. And if the clerk could be so kind as to restate those, then,
So new business items 12D and 12E are moving up after item 6. And then item 10A is tabled until January 21st. Item 11G is removed from the agenda. And item 12F is also tabled until January 21st.
and that's everything. I did forget, I wanted to make one myself. I'd like to move 11A, B, C, D, and E, and just move them to the consent agenda. There was a small little changes that I was gonna make, but they're fine. I had some family obligations this month and an unexpected family event that was, anyway, I did
Second.
not get to do that, so we can just
Second.
move those up. Okay. So can you also, so all of those will just go into consent, so we can, okay, so Can I get
Do we
another?
want to get a vote for everybody to say that that's cool?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So
So anyway, those will move up as well.
Did everybody vote, Madam Mayor?
Oh, yeah, so, does anybody have any objection to moving 11A through E up into the consent with the others?
No?
I do not.
So, no objection? Okay, so now, then, could I get another motion to approve the agenda with that as well?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion, can I get a second?
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Discussion? So one of the things I wanted to talk about the agenda and get a discussion going is I do think that we run a little bit late at the town commission. And I do want to make sure that we run a meeting that's very effective, efficient. But I think if we go after 10 PM, not only does it cost our town money, but I feel like the emotions run high and we end up getting less done and it becomes overly dramatic. So I want to try to strive to get this work done before 10. And if we can't,
Yeah.
we can always push things over to the next meeting. But I don't want to go after real late and get everybody upset, so.
Yeah, I agree.
right.
I was going to propose if it wasn't included in there, but if we took that resolution, we were able to pass it tonight, I was going to propose that this meeting ends at 10 PM.
Yeah, it's
So-
a good,
Yeah, I
think
mean, we
should-
could.
I brought my proposal from January 15th,
Yeah.
2024, which was to put a cutoff, and it had documentation and research and everything, but it was shut down. So maybe we can
Well-
try that again.
Well, we could, if somebody wanted to bring back that resolution where we could have or at least we could, you know what we could do? How about this? This is what we could do, to appease Mrs. Corey, who did have some questions and is waiting for data or questions. We could still push the passage of the resolution to January, because we've already voted on that. But you could potentially make a motion that we at least have our next meeting, which is the workshop, that have that be for like a voting meeting, because we already have that anyway. That way, we could, any of these things get moved, or we could vote on them. It actually winds up becoming a lot more efficient, because whatever we talk about at the workshop then gets pushed to the next meeting.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to make that motion, then we could say whatever we don't get to tonight gets moved to that date, and we are going to end at 10 PM.
Well, I think we should all strive to end at 10 PM no matter what. But you know, one of the things that I'm aware of is that we're going to have a special meeting to review the candidates for town manager. And if we run over, we could have another special meeting on that day.
Did you have to publish them, like, at
Yeah,
least?
we have time.
Yeah, okay.
We have time to do it. So we don't have to stress about time too much.
Okay.
But I do think we need to end it at 10. And of course, we could always vote as a commission to go a little bit longer.
Yep, I'd love that.
All right.
Want to make the motion that we will end tonight at 10, and that anyone can make a motion to extend it if we get past?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion on the.
Second.
Okay,
Oh,
we-
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. We already had a motion on the
Yeah,
on the
we
floor.
did, that's
Yeah, so
right.
we can't make
Yeah.
a motion yet, but
Yeah,
we can
we'll
motion
make
to
it
approve the agenda.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, because you had a question. So we have clerk, could you remind us of what the other pending motion was before we got the question from?
That's for the amended agenda.
Okay, yeah, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the amended agenda, which moves some things up to consent? Seeing none, we will close public comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, that carries 5-0. Now, would you like to make your motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the motion is to end the meeting at 10. However, if we feel that we need a few more minutes, we can vote to continue it. We can take another motion to continue if we want to. However, we're going to strive to end the meetings at 10.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Very well. Thank you, Dr.
Madam Mayor.
Cronin.
Appreciate it.
Commissioner Cronin. All right, so now we've approved the agenda, made all of our changes and deletions. We have now proclamations, awards, and announcements, which is 6A. I'll turn that over to the town clerk. Then we will do the resolutions, which, yeah. Okay, Mrs. Brown?
Yes, thank you. So this is just a reminder of the upcoming events. So they are in the agenda packet. Just a few that I would like to highlight are the tree lighting ceremony, which will be held on December 5th at 6 p.m. in Reichman Park. Everyone is welcome to join in the festivities. And then on December 7th, the Reichman board is hosting Santa at the Reichman House from 2 to 4 p.m. And then the Christmas parade, which goes up Oak and down Ocean Avenue to the pier, will be on December 13th from 9 a.m. till 10, and that will be followed by the pancake breakfast in the fire department. And then, last but not least, is the Santa Run, which is on Christmas Eve at 5:30 p.m. is when it starts, and that's when Santa will be delivering presents around town. And just a reminder to all of the commissioners, if you are interested in participating in any of those events, you are more than welcome to join in. Just contact the staff and let them know so they can coordinate.
Okay, thank you. I did want to mention before I forget, because I hadn't responded, the Parks Board had asked if I would be around for the tree lighting ceremony, because they normally have, and I've done the last ones, but I will not be in town, so I would suggest or hope that whoever is the vice mayor, whoever gets it, that they would take that, because you speak. I will be at the League of Cities conference meetings. That's the annual conference, so, and I'm on like 3 committees, so I feel bad for missing that, but I know whoever's vice mayor will do a great job, so, and I do appreciate this events thing that you've started doing. So, okay, next, we will turn it over to the manager and the finance for the the budget resolutions.
Yes, I have Budget Resolution 2025-17 is the final budget resolution for fiscal year '25. This closes out our fiscal year '25 budget. We ended that budget only utilizing 98.51%. So we did well there. Does anyone have any questions about the resolution?
I have one question.
Yep, you're recognized.
On in Exhibit A, there, item under number 3 for the Ocean Park Fund, the lifeguard contract. So, I understand the intent of what we're doing here, but the lifeguards were funded each of the last year, so I'm trying to understand why we have a transfer.
It's not a transfer, it's increasing the expenditure of the lifeguard, because when fiscal year '25 budget was approved, there was no money in that budget. You guys did not approve, it was zero, you guys weren't gonna have lifeguards. So after the budget was approved, then you approved having lifeguards, and we had to pay them.
That's not how I recall it, but,
Well, I'm sorry, I have to go by what's on the books, I can't just make stuff up.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm right. It was a while ago, so I recalled it differently.
Okay, so that's the explanation then. Yeah, I mean, when you look at the budget, the '26 budget, it shows that '25 it was funded, so in the '25 column, so that's where the confusion was for me. So, but you're saying it wasn't funded for '25?
It was not.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? There's 2 resolutions which we'll vote on separately, because we
Yes.
have 2 votes,
Yes,
but.
that is correct.
So the first is 2025-17. Wait, and then the next one is 2025-18, correct?
Correct.
So was that question related to 2025-17 or 18?
Yeah, it was the one we're talking about now, 2025-17.
The first one, 2017, okay. So does anyone else have any questions about 2025-17? I mean, I do have a lot of questions. I'm not going to take the time to do it here. I'll may type them up and send them to the manager.
I make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-17, the final budget amendment.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I think that we do go to comment. So is there any public comment on the budget resolution 2025-17? We have a motion and a second to approve it. Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. So that carries 4-1. Did I hear Mr. Cronin? I don't know.
I'm supportive.
Oh, okay, you
Yeah,
got- you
I
have to-
just, there was no discussion. We can discuss it, but we didn't discuss it,
Well,
right? I really,
have discussion?
the only thing that I would
I'm
say.
sorry, I
yeah.
apologize.
Yeah, so when you go to.
Well, hold on real quick.
Yeah.
I apologize. I had asked if anybody else had any questions. That's when you speak up, but we will.
No, after a second motion, then we can discuss as commissioners. And I did want to just say that I really value the lifeguards. I was a lifeguard. I was a lifeguard at Ocean Avenue. So, I grew up in this town, and I think the lifeguards are really, really important, particularly with all the drownings that we've had in our greater South Beach community. So I'm glad that we're paying for them. So thank you.
All right. Did anyone else have discussion that they wanted?
Yes,
Okay.
I think
And
that-
Mrs. Brown, will you hit the minute, because we have those clock minutes if we're in debate. Go ahead, Commissioner Corey.
I'd like to commend the county for giving us lifeguards at a much more reasonable price than we were quoted at the beginning of 2024.
Okay. Any other comment, discussion, debate? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Okay, that carries 4-0, 4-1. The next is the Budget Resolution 2025-18.
Yes, this resolution is the carry forward resolution, so we're carrying forward the balances in the funds from fiscal year '25 into fiscal year '26. It's just a roll forward.
Okay, and that's page 158 to 160, yeah. Are there any questions before we take motions on the budget resolution? Seeing none, then I would need a motion from someone.
Make a motion to accept Resolution 2025-18 as it's presented.
Second?
Excuse me, sorry. We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on 2025-18? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Please don't speak from the audience, ma'am.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
it's a question. And of course, I really don't know all these things, so I'm sure the rest of the commission knows these, but why are the funds numbered and as departments, fund numbers? Does it get confusing?
No, it's accounting. I can meet with you at another time and explain.
Right? I mean, they're not all consecutive. Are there 333 funds that we operate?
No, it's fund accounting, and it's a whole, it's,
Language.
yeah, it's a whole language. I can explain it to you at another time. It will take time.
It will take time to understand this.
Yes, it will.
Okay,
Yeah.
I have about 6 years I have a master's degree in accounting. It took that long.
okay.
Well, and there's a state book that has all
Yeah,
how you're supposed to
yeah.
do it. She did sit down with me when I was first here and gave me that document, so it is helpful.
And I'm sorry, that's what I wanted to ask. I'm sorry, Commissioner Cronin or Commissioner Quarry. Have you received the big budget book yet?
Nope.
Okay, then we'll make sure that you both get a copy of it, and it has all the tabs, so you can follow along a lot easier.
I've been having trouble sleeping at night, so it looks like it'll be.
Oh, and I wanted to
I
say,
never got
actually,
any of those books, so if you've got an extra.
You haven't-
no.
I am
'Cause this
so
book, this cute little
sorry.
book, I never got that.
yeah.
I am so sorry.
I know,
Mr.
that's-
Reed,
You weren't here.
you
There's-
have this, correct?
I do.
Madam Mayor, if you all do not have this, we will get this
I
for you.
think that I did, because I'd asked for a tabbed one. I think that I did. I should double check. Oh, no, actually, I haven't.
I'm
because
sorry,
this is the new
Jen.
budget.
No Japan for you, ma'am. You'll,
No, I mean, I have,
You'll get it when I get back.
exactly.
Did you guys
Exactly
didn't get the
correct.
fiscal year '26 budget?
well, we had so many iterations, but I don't know that after we passed
We'll make
it,
sure
like a
that we
tabbed
get
one,
this
because you
for
guys have a tab, like, that would be great. If you've got everybody a tabbed one.
When you get back.
And the other thing I would say
Yes.
for, especially for the benefit of Dr. Cronin, that you might want to also ask for, there's a policies and procedures book, which is helpful to get. And then those are like being worked on, but still have the existing one that we have. There's a, and if you, and I have a bunch of books if you want to borrow these. I couldn't reach out to you when you won, but.
Now we can.
These,
Now we
yeah.
can.
So
Okay.
I will leave
Very
some
good.
of these with you if you wanted to borrow them.
That'd be great.
Okay. So are there any other questions that you had or comments? Because we have a motion. Is there anyone else? Discussion, debate? We have a motion and a second. Okay, seeing none, we will call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So that carries 4-1. Okay, now the page 161, this is the one that I believe got tabled. We could put, Correct?
Well, don't we go to 7 now?
Yeah, okay, sorry, thank you. Yeah, I need to, yeah. Okay, now we will go to 7, and we will turn that over to the town attorney.
Okay, so the good news is 7 says a maximum of 5 minutes for this presentation. So I will keep it short.
Start the clock.
Florida statute 112.3142 states that as a member of the elected commission, you are required to have 4 hours of ethics training each calendar year. The Florida League of Cities offers a class on that. There's also a very good class, 4 hours ethics class through FSU that you can go through as well, but that's really how long it takes to explain all this. So I will do just a brief overview of Sunshine and public records and what you should look for. So essentially, Sunshine is the public's business must be conducted out in the open. It applies to any 2 commissioners that are meeting or discussing any topic or action that could foreseeably come before the board. So what's foreseeable? It's just about any decision that would come before you, variance, any kind of vote, any kind of budget, anything like that. So what you should be thinking is immediately, if you are with another commissioner, will this matter come before us? It's easy to do now, especially with everybody that has cell phones. If they see 2 commissioners talking to each other at one point or at one time, they usually assume the worst. So be careful with that. What's talking? Well, talking now entails emails, text messages, chat rooms, social media. So for instance, if a commissioner posts something on social media that could come before the town and you comment on that, that could be a sunshine violation. So you have to be really careful with that. What you can do, you can talk with city staff, town manager, myself regarding different issues. And we would encourage all of you to do that specifically before any regular meeting to address any questions that you have or any documents you may need before a meeting and before a vote. Of course, anything with city staff should go through the town manager first. So if you want to avoid directly emailing city staff, if you have a question, send it to the town manager and she can direct you to direct your question to where it needs to go. Anything too, if we just have a break and if you're talking to each other, you need to be conscious about, is this item coming up before a vote or could it come up before a vote? Because you could inadvertently implicate the sunshine law. Another big thing is when you are responding to emails, look and see who the recipients are. It's so easy nowadays, especially if you're in a private firm or a private setting, you always reply all to any email that you get where others are copied. Now that you are an elected commissioner, the first thing you should look for in an email is who sent it, who is CC'd on it, and if I reply all, who is this going to be sent to? Because if you inadvertently reply all to an email and other commissioners are on that email, and you, for instance, say, I think I would vote yes on this, that could be a sunshine violation, even though it's inadvertent. We would have a chance to cure it, but we want to avoid that situation. So what are some of the penalties? So you can have a non-criminal infraction with a fine up to $500. If it's found that you knowingly violated sunshine, then it could be a criminal second-degree misdemeanor, subject to prison for 60 days, which there's a case down in South Florida where during COVID, where they had a meeting in violation of sunshine law, and there were actually elected officials that were sent to jail for a little while. Want to move on to public records. So now that you are elected commissioners, and I'm gearing this towards the new commissioners, but this is for everybody as well. Any document that you create in transaction with official town business or anything that could come before the board is now a public record. So if you send an email to somebody about an agenda item or something that could come before the board, it's a public record. You will each have your town email accounts, so there will be a custodian of records for that. This also applies to any other forms of communication that you have, including your personal cell phone, text messages. If you have separate email accounts, you would be responsible for that separate email account. You would be the custodian of records for that account. That goes for social media as well. The town does not have access to your social media accounts. So if you are posting stuff that's related to town business or commenting on town business matters, those social media records are public records, and you would be responsible for producing those records if we got a public records request or sending them over to the clerk. That's important because there is case law that says you, as an individual commissioner, are an agency for the custodian of records. So if you send an email from your personal account, if you comment from your personal social media, and you do not produce those records pursuant to a public records request, there's a case from 2022 where the individual commissioner was responsible for paying $165,000 in attorney's fees and costs for knowingly not producing records that were in his custody and control.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
But that request was made to the town and also individually to the commissioner, correct?
It was made to both.
Yeah,
so,
it was made to both.
Yep. But in order to make a request to an individual commissioner, you have to go through the town.
No, but,
Yes.
I only bring this up
Oh.
because it's on here, and there's a couple of these directed to me, and I have standing emails on the record saying, I have records, but I need IT, I need IT assistance, repeated emails, but I haven't, from the former manager, I never got a
He's just giving
response.
an overview.
So,
It's not
I know,
It's-
but that discussion is,
Everybody has social media accounts and separate email accounts. It's for everybody to avoid situations like that. So, if you do get a public records request, the important thing is to make sure you do not delete anything. It's easy to do with text messages and emails, so just make sure you're cautious of that.
Ryan, I just have
Yes.
a question. Now, I have social media, Facebook and Instagram, things like that. If a town person contacts me on that, or publicly on my Facebook or something like that, and I don't answer it, is it still in custody because, I mean, is it still an infraction of the sunshine laws? If somebody said, hey, Dr. Cronin, I don't like the way you're dealing with stormwater in Melbourne Beach,
you received
So-
it, read it.
and it came to my Facebook, and it's on my Facebook page.
So if it's not from another commissioner, it's just you having a conversation
I-
or
I-
a social media
Yeah.
posting, if you were to comment on that,
Yeah.
then there is no sunshine law violation, but it is a public record. If it's something that concerns town business or something that could come before the board.
So it's better not to reply to that, or just direct them to your
It's-
town email?
It's
I'm
really-
asking the commissioners, too.
So it's really a personal preference.
Yeah.
Depends on how savvy you are in social media. You can comment, but you just have to be cautious that it is a public record. If it is through your social media account, then you would be responsible for maintaining those records, which would mean you should not delete any posts, you should not delete any comments. So if you have a comment about town business and somebody comments below that, you should keep that comment no matter what it says, because it could be a public record, and it likely is a public record. So it's really your personal preference as to if you want to comment or converse with individuals, but the one thing you should not do under any circumstances is if another commissioner comments or posts about town business, you would not want to comment on that and say, I think this is a good idea, or I would be in favor of that, because that could be a sunshine violation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's really it for an overview of sunshine and public records. What I would encourage you all to do, if you have any questions or need clarification after you take the class, I'd be happy to sit down with you or just have a Zoom conference to go over any questions that you may have after those. But those classes are pretty comprehensive. If you're ever in doubt, send me an email, send me a text regarding sunshine or public records, and I'd be happy to assist you. The other section, my time's up, but just briefly, my other section is Robert's Rules of Order. That book's about 816 pages, so we would be here well past 10 if I went through all of that. The mayor has a lot of bookmarks in that book. But one thing that I would refer you to is our current resolution 2025-03. Because that does lay out that, yes, Robert rules are adopted, but it provides the way to conduct business for items on the agenda. And specifically, there is a time limit that was imposed earlier this year for 3 minutes for the first time you get to speak, 2 minutes for the second time, and then after public comment, 1 minute each for each commissioner. So who's responsible for policing these rules? These are your rules. So each individual member is responsible for policing these rules. So I would encourage you to look at that. I think it would be much more efficient and especially for you if you don't speak over each other. If you adhere to the time limits, the meetings are going to go by much quicker. And I think if you prepare before the meeting as well, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and 1 minute, so a total of 6 minutes for each person should be sufficient to get your point across and ask any questions that you may have. So again, for that, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. But other than that, you all have my cell phone, you have my email. Call me at any time with any questions.
And on that point, Dr. Cronin, that's the 3-minute timer that we have for the audience, that when we do have debate, so there's a motion and a second, we go to public comment, then we close public comment, but then that starts our debate. So it's my responsibility to make sure everybody who would like to speak gets that 3 minutes. But the clerk then hits the button. So there's been some scoffing, but that's why I've just tried to remind her, because if that clock doesn't stop, we're not following our rules. Somebody could go over, but then it starts on someone. So anyway, so so when it's your opportunity to speak your first time, it's 3 minutes. She'll start that clock hopefully, and that's what you'd be able to look at. Okay. And then we have these that someone gave us, which there's a minute time, so we can do this because we can't make that 2 minutes or 1 minute. But anyway, okay.
So can I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
When something has already been explained and someone else starts explaining it again, is that going to be on the clock, or is that something that shouldn't be happening that'll make the minutes, is that a 1 minute? Like if you say something and you've explained it and somebody else decides to explain it again, is that a 1 minute or is that a 3 minute or?
So it depends on where it is at in the motion. So the resolution specifically says that once the motion or once the item is introduced by staff or the commissioner, that is.
So once you introduce something.
So once
and
it's.
explain it to us, then that would be, a motion should be made, and then the discussion after the motion and the second would start the clocks.
So there'd be a motion and a second, then the item is open for discussion through the commissioners, and then each member is given an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes before a member speaks a second time for 2 minutes.
Okay, so that kind of clarifies it a little bit better. Thank you.
I would like to speak. However, I've spoken to the town attorney right before the town started.
So do we start a clock?
Well, nobody started a clock for you.
Because I asked a question.
And by the way, the clock actually does not start for this right here, and I will read the rules to you.
You don't need to. I've got it
Excuse
right
me,
in front
point
of
of order. Could you please stop interrupting me? I did not interrupt you. So, point of order.
I'm sorry, but you were insulted.
Point of order. Please stop interrupting me. I did not interrupt you. Remember the
You
civility
insulted
pledge.
me, and that's in the civility.
Point of order. The meeting's going to last a long time if you continually interrupt me. I did not interrupt you.
You insulted me.
Then you could have called a point of order and explained what it was that I said. Are you going to let me speak? Okay. Our rules, I spoke to the town attorney about this. There is a bit of ambiguity, and I plan to propose to the town attorney and put it in writing. It would be helpful to clarify because of this situation right now. So in the past ordinance that we have, if you will look at 10B, 10A and 10B. 10A says, it calls it rules of debate. Debate is what happens after a motion occurs, okay? But then therein it says, 10A, during a presentation by a member of the public or staff, commissioners, staff members, and members of the public shall avoid interrupting the speaker. Then it says, after a speaker has completed comments or a presentation, and this item right here is a presentation you will find on 7A, presentation by the town attorney. It says, the mayor and the members may question the speaker. So there's no 3-minute limit, and there's not a motion, and there's not required to be a motion, because we are allowed to question the speaker. Now, what I would like to propose is that we revise that to say that's not debate, but each member is allowed to question before a motion, because the next provision also says, after a reasonable opportunity has been given to commissioners to speak, the mayor shall afford the commission an opportunity to make a motion. So what I would like to propose at some point is that we revise this somewhat to clarify, because there's a lot of ambiguity. But that was a presentation. No one is even allowed to make a motion until I, as the chair, make sure that every commissioner who has a question about the presentation or the item has an opportunity. I also think we should propose a time limit for that, but right now, we don't have a time limit for that, and I'm required to allow everyone to ask questions before even a motion. So it would be out of order to make a motion before I made sure, because if you weren't able to ask your question, right? Okay, so that is so when you talk about wanting the 3 minutes, there is no 3-minute rule at all, and everyone is allowed to ask questions. So I've not done anything wrong, and I do think at some point it would be good for us to clarify that. There's a couple other provisions that are also ambiguous, but I'm not going to take the time. I'll write something up and point it out. Anyone else have a question who has not had an opportunity? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Knight, for your proposal or for your presentation. All right, so we will then move on. We will get to it soon. We're close. So that was we moved a couple things up that would have been later. So we are done with item 7. Yes, we are now on public comment. So there are a bunch of things on the agenda. There are some things that got taken off the agenda, so they are no longer on the agenda. You can speak to anything that is not on the agenda during this is the regular public comment. That would include anything that was on the agenda but has now been removed. But if it remains on the agenda, we're going to have to cut you off because you'll have a second opportunity later. So come on up.
Good evening. My name's Lauren Hardman. I'm at 326th Avenue. Thank you, Amber. First of all, I would like to congratulate those that are on the one pulpit here, looking good. You all look very professional for your, the 4 of you look very professional for the picture. Thank you very much, as well as those from the town representing our town. One thing I need to ask, and the 2 new people do not have this yet, but I think you were here when I presented the fire department applications. As of yet today, everybody that was listening to, it's going to be so easy, we can get 100 people in town to sign up. No one yet from this commission has presented any residents, and you said it would be easy to get people here that were sound to be able to join the fire department. I handed those out to you almost a month ago. So the accusations that were made upon my chief here in town, me being on this department for now 20 years, we have not had anything followed up from you. So we're still waiting. Able members in this town that you said would join the fire department. Still waiting for it. And Robert's Rules of Order. Thank you so much. My first time a year ago, I came up here with Robert's Rules of Order, and it's still not being done, still not being followed. I love the time. That is great. Very good question, by the way, because all I see up here constantly is when someone has 3 minutes, poor Ms. Brown. She's got to stop it when someone's interjecting, and then start it when someone's saying something, and then stop it when someone's interjecting, and then start it when someone's saying something. It's insane, not only just to have her not be able to complete her job, but to take time to do the timer. So with the 3 minutes, that does not mean interjecting constantly and interrupting constantly. Sorry, do you find I'm a little bit like into the basics? I'm a kindergarten teacher right now, and I'm seeing that there's issues here that I'm seeing in kindergarten class. So it's very basic to be able to run a smooth meeting by being respectful. That's a word that I'm using recently in my classroom, to allow someone the full 3 minutes without interrupting. So I hope that you all have time to go over the Robert's Rules of Order and that a meeting can be run in a precise and clean fashion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Hi, everybody. Mary Wertz, 400 Driftwood Ave. I'm here tonight out of concern for the ethical integrity of our town government. I am formally requesting that this commission, together with the town attorney and town manager, take immediate action to initiate a formal ethics complaint regarding the conduct of Mayor Dennington. A couple of my issues or concerns came from the recent JLAC report, as well as those detailed in a letter submitted by Melbourne Beach resident and attorney J. Andrew Wertz. The concerns are as follows. Alleged interference with the SAFER grant for the fire department regarding a letter from FEMA representative to the mayor discussing potential fraud. Florida Law Chapter 112, any attempt, direct or indirect, to obstruct, delay, or influence the awarding or administration of a public safety grant. If such interference occurred, it may represent a serious abuse of authority. The second, conflict of interest with FUNO, and I apologize if I mispronounced that. It's not on purpose. Conflict of interest to FUNO LLC settlement discussions. In the town commission meeting on October 15, the mayor participated in settlement discussions regarding the lawsuit brought by FUNO, a company in which she is a principal. Under Town Code Ethics 311 and Florida Statute 112-3143, an elected official must abstain from participating in discussion on any matter that could result in a special private gain or loss. Clearly, this represents a textbook conflict of interest. Florida ethics laws, as well as the town policy, require elected officials to recuse themselves from any matter in which they hold a direct financial interest. Participating in these discussions while acting in her official capacity as mayor created an appearance of impropriety and erodes public trust in our local government. The mayor has already been publicly censored twice, and when these actions of any elected official undermine the standards of ethical government, the commission, town attorney, and town manager have a duty to ensure accountability and uphold the integrity of our town. Once again, you have a duty to ensure accountability, every one of you. That is why I'm requesting that all of you publicly acknowledge the responsibility to investigate these matters and, if warranted, initiate the appropriate ethics violation filing. So tonight, I respectfully ask that the commission vote on a motion to pursue an ethics complaint against Mayor Dennington. If that motion passes, I request that the commission together work as a team with the attorney and the town manager, take swift action to file a formal ethics complaint regarding the mayor's conduct. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Tina Kopic, 505 Avenue B. My request is simple, that the mayor's microphone be turned off when she's not speaking so that we don't hear this the entire time somebody else is speaking, because that's what happens when she flips all those pages and then interjects in the middle of it, so that maybe her mic could be cut off while somebody else is speaking.
Thank you. Next.
Carrie Ross, 206 Flamingo Lane. Ryan, thank you very much for the resetting of expectations and policies and procedures for public records and for social media in particular. As you guys probably remember, I've been up here a couple of times because I have an outstanding public records request for Mayor Dennington's social media. She has responded a couple of times that I did not ask her directly, that I came to the town. I've also been privy to some emails that have gone back and forth about her requesting assistance. Now, what I took, there's also additional public records requests for her social media and other items. And I think an attorney actually it's mentioned in the JLAC audit analysis. And I believe there's a third request for her social media as well. So right now, I believe we have 3 outstanding public records requests that have not been made available to the public. This has been something that the mayor herself has, her public records lawsuits are infamous at this point, so I would think they would be important to her. What I just heard you say, Ryan, is that each one of the commissioners are the custodian of their own public records when it comes to social media or emails, things that our town does not control. Her response has been an email that she cannot obtain this information and that she needs assistance. If she is the custodian of her public record, is it the responsibility of the town to provide her IT help to furnish those public records?
Hold on really quick. Could you pause the time? You may ask questions.
I understand. It's part of the 3 minutes. We get it. Thank you.
So ask all your questions, and at the end, if he would like to answer and can do with this
No,
minute,
that's not what we did
what's
last, nope,
required.
that's not what we did last month. We
No,
could go
but that-
back and forth. That's not what we
that
did last
is-
month, Mayor Dennington.
Ma'am, please don't argue. That is what the rule says. So.
Did we do last
Mr.
month?
Knight,
So,
when she's done, if you are able to answer within a minute, that's what our rules say.
Mayor Dennington, it seems that
Go
your
ahead.
rules,
Go ahead
it
and
seems that your
start.
rules for public comment change from month to month, and I don't understand why. And it's in particular, it seems like when I'm up here. So I don't know, I'm puzzled. That is my question at this point, Ryan. So if you can offer your feedback and your instruction, because as I did ask last time, it seems to be the only recourse at this point, and the position that the mayor has put us in is that to retrieve those public records is to file a lawsuit. And I would really hope to not see you responsible for another $165,000 or do jail time for failure to produce the public records that have been asked for. So Ryan, if you could comment, I'd appreciate it.
Would you like me to answer, Mayor?
Yep. We
Okay,
got
so,
a minute.
yes, if there's a request for technology from the town to assist with somebody with a public records request, then my response would be yes, the town would be required to provide assistance for that, whether it be IT help through text, getting emails, social media, whatever it is. So if that request is out there, then yes, the town would be required to assist the mayor with that.
Excellent. I'd like to know how quickly we can get that done, and I understand that's not something that you're going to answer for me right now, and I'll take it up with the manager. I do think it's interesting that everybody else that you requested public records requests from, or social media from, they were all able to produce those. Yeah, they actually, particularly with Nextdoor, they were able to export those without any assistance, but you need help. I will offer my services because I do know how to do that,
Time.
and I'm
Thank
happy to help you. I'm happy to help you, Mayor.
Next.
Joyce Barton, 322 Third Avenue. So, good evening, Commission. Congratulations to our new and our returning commissioners by winning the past election by a landslide. You are our saving grace to the community. I wish you all the best as you step into your roles. We are confident that your experience and common sense approach to governing our town will bring a sense of normalcy and integrity to the leadership that we desperately need. We look forward to getting on to the business at hand. I've not had the pleasure of meeting our interim town manager. For her, and for those of you who may not know, I'm the former vice mayor from 2020 to 2023 and was the 2023 opponent to the current mayor, Allison Dennington, when I resigned my seat to run against her. Obviously, she prevailed by a very slim margin through a campaign marred with lies. In June of this year, Truth and Accuracy Matter was created. The residents of the town needed a reliable source of information. Several neighbors got together and decided to create a website with valuable, documented information about town topics, the nonsense on Nextdoor, and updates about important issues that we all need to be aware of. At our launch, we garnered immense support from neighbors who were frustrated with the situation. People were embarrassed, outraged, and fed up. I don't say any of this out of bitterness over my loss. I would have been happy to wish her the best as well and go on to live my happy and peaceful life. However, since the current mayor took office, our town has faced significant expenses totaling over $163,000 due to her lawsuits against the town. If that wasn't enough, she has created contentious conflict within our dedicated town staff. Last month, she had the unmitigated gall to demand a settlement of over $56,000 due to her own inflicted lawsuits, clearly hoping to install her preferred candidates, Steve Walters and Bruce Larson, who were blatantly ready to support her with a supermajority. Thankfully, that attempt was nipped in the bud. Through our website, Truth and Accuracy Matter, we've reached over 5,900 visitors who have read our pages 22,000 times. Those numbers are, of course, based on the World Wide Web, which reaches the globe, and we have readers everywhere. So many people are reading this. However, when I do look at the local engagement, we have had 2,083 readers right here in Melbourne Beach. We invite more residents to get engaged with Truth and Accuracy Matter by checking out our website and signing up for our news and updates. Today, we just announced a food drive that we are sponsoring and hope that you and everyone in the community will help donate for those in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Come on up. Oh, yeah. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Lori Adler, 501 Andrews Drive. I want to say thank you so much to Lisa Frazier for meeting with me and with your thoroughness. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, this is for the Ocean Avenue State Road A1A or the pedestrian button, and it's not only for visually impaired people, it's for children, bicyclists in the evening because, well, it doesn't make any sound. So I want to say thank you so much, Lisa, again.
Thank you. Yeah. And I do believe you're going to cover that later.
Can do that now, ma'am, or later?
Well, no, we'll do it later, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Mrs. Adler, if you do happen to stay, or if you go, she is going to be covering that later, so it will come up. But come on up, Ms. Spence.
Thank you.
Good evening. Congratulations, Terry and Sherry. I'm so proud of you. Our town is blessed. Awesome. Jan Pence, 200 Riverside Drive. I've just passed out the actually JLAC analysis, which I don't think most people have seen. Truth and Accuracy Matter is thrilled that JLAC is going to be doing, that the Auditor General's Office is going to be doing an operational audit. Not a financial audit, nothing financial there, it's strictly operational. But we did find that this detailed analysis done by the JLAC staff was kind of ignored in Tallahassee. So I thought I'd take the time just to read as much as I can in 3 minutes from the analysis. Basically, the background. So we all know we've got a commission manager form of government. The mayor is basically just a voting member. She's just the titular head of town government for ceremonial purposes and for the purposes of civil process. She has no special authority. The committee staff for JLAC in Tallahassee noted that often when that committee in Tallahassee receives a request for an authorized source, which would be represented by Monique Miller, for an operational audit for a local government, at least one of the several situations has occurred. They go on to list these situations, which, by the way, we also have this entire report on Truth and Accuracy Matter if somebody would like to read it. The interesting note that the committee staff made is, however, none of these situations occurred for this audit. However, committee staff have received concerns related to the town's mayor. These concerns are summarized and provided because of the mayor's repeated comments related to one of the town's vendors, which appears to be one of the main reasons for this audit. We all know that's BSE Engineering. The mayor has a history of requesting extensive public records, both in terms of numbers submitted and the volume of records requested for certain requests. Town staff explained to her that the documentation requested would be over 1 million pages. Again, this is documented in Tallahassee by staff. Lawsuits filed by the town. For background, the mayor and her spouse, let me repeat that, and her spouse, not 4 members, are listed as the sole managers of FUNO LLC. The public records available from the Florida Department of State Division of Corporations, the mayor and the LLC in this LLC appear to have filed 6 lawsuits against the town. Our mailers, we continue to hear Mayor Dennington lie and tell us it's her family's thing and it's 4 members. No, there's 2, her and her husband, and that comes again from Tallahassee. Mayor Dennington, she has filed some lawsuits she filed some of the lawsuits as an individual. Since she became the town's mayor in November, she then filed these lawsuits as an LLC. In my last seconds, treatment of the town staff. As previously mentioned, the town operates under a commission manager form of government. Therefore, the mayor has no authority as an individual related to the town's staff. And I could go on and on, but you guys have it now. And it's
Time.
available.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Seeing none, we will close public comment. Okay, it is 7:40. Would anyone like to take a break, or shall we keep plugging on? I will have to take a break at some point, but I want to make that available if anyone needs to.
I'd like to take a break.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll recess for 5 minutes. 7:40, we'll be back at 7:45. Clerk Brown, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Allison Dennington,
Here.
Commissioner Anna Butler,
Here.
Commissioner Tim Reed,
Here.
Commissioner Terry Cronin, Commissioner Sherry Corey,
Here.
Interim Town Manager Lisa Frazier,
Yes, I'm here.
Town Attorney Ryan Knight,
Here.
Town Clerk Amber Brown is also present.
Okay, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we are up to, we finished public comment and closed that, the general public comment. We're on the consent agenda 9, which has originally A through F, but we have added an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be 6 plus 5. So those would go A, B, C, D, E, F. They would be G, H, I, J, K. So we'd have A through K. And the additional ones are what were 11A through E. Does anyone have any objection to any of those, A through K, being on the consent agenda? Any one person can pull it. It's not subject to debate. So this, I have one or two that I wanted to, maybe just the one or two. I wanted to pull C and D because I had some questions about just the Waste Pro and the other contract. But beyond that, I wanted to ask if there was anyone in the public who had any objection to any items. Raise your hand. Anyway, so does anyone have any objections to any of these? Does anyone in the public have any objection? Because when it goes on consent, it denies the right to a public comment. So if anybody would like to pull any of these, just raise your hand and I'll pull them. Seeing none, there's nobody in the, so the two that I would like to pull are just the original C and D. So those would get pulled. So we would have A, B, original E would become C, original F. Is that how we reorder them or not? Or you just pull them? No, you don't. Okay. Okay. Then if there's no other objection, then everything but C and D would be approved by consent.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. The original 9C is what you're saying that was already approved on the consent agenda?
No, it hasn't been approved on the consent agenda.
Didn't we approve the consent agenda?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, it's the Waste Pro contract change, and then the special magistrate contract itself. Those are the two. So those would get moved under to new business. I mean, I'd be fine. We could move those to the end if anyone wanted to, or just put them straight up at A and B.
I'm fine with leaving them under the consent agenda.
Well, but they get pulled. Okay, so everything except for C and D is approved by consent. So we will next move to 10A has been taken off. That was tabled to January 21st by, I think, 3-2 vote. Then 11A through...
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just hearing no objection.
Yes.
The consent agenda
Is approved.
passed, is approved, right?
With the exception of
But
C
I
and
just
D.
Correct.
objected.
Okay, very good.
Yes, yes, yes.
Hearing
With the
no
exception
objection.
With the hearing no objection, with the exception of C and D, the
But I-
consent agenda, which is those original A, B, F, or E and F, as well as the 11A through E, they all got moved up. So those are all approved.
Okay.
10A got,
Point of order?
yes, what's the
I
point of order?
objected.
What is the, ma'am, you cannot call a point of order to object to the
I didn't,
removal
I already
from.
objected, and you just said that no one objected. I objected to removing
No,
C and D
but
from
that's-
consent agenda.
Mr. Knight, could you help me out here?
So if an item is on the consent agenda and one commissioner wants to pull it, then it would get pulled and placed in new business.
When I asked for an objection, I was asking if any other member, including yourself, has an objection to unanimous consent to any other item. I wasn't asking if you had an objection to my exercising the right to pull two items, which is not subject to debate or objection or vote. That was the request. If anyone has any objection to any other consent items, they can pull them. That was my request.
Sorry, didn't hear, I couldn't figure out what you were saying. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. So again, I'll go back to, so 10A was moved to January 21st. Earlier, that was Mrs. Corey. 11A through F, or A through E are all approved, got moved up to consent. Discussion of short-term rental, so 11F, because you had 11G and you pulled that. So basically, right now, all we have under 11 is F. So we'll turn that over to Mr. Knight, which is page 132.
On here, I did not place it, but I think it'd be appropriate to do it during the workshop for the other STR. And I
Okay.
would like to have Dave Micah here as well, because there's some changes in there, and I'd like to get everybody on the same page before I start drafting a new ordinance with those revisions. So we avoid going back and forth with those revisions.
Okay, so then you can
At a
pull your
workshop.
item. There was some
Correct.
confusion and it got.
Yes.
Okay, so then now 11F has been pulled. It will be consolidated with a future discussion. 11G was already pulled. Okay, we are down then to new business. And those two items from the consent, the original 9C and D get moved down into new business item A and B. And then those other numbers will shift accordingly. So these are presented by the town manager, I believe, and I will turn that over to you on the Waste Pro one, which is first, and that is pages, or excuse me, is it the, yeah, I can't.
43.
43 to 49.
43 to 49, yes. So,
I also just wanted to say that it was my fault because I didn't tell Amber to take it off of the
Oh,
agenda.
okay.
So.
okay, yes, Mrs. Frazier, please proceed.
Of course. Madam Mayor, this is a recap of a agreement that was already signed for Waste Pro back in 2024. You all, the town went out for an RFP back in 2010, or RFQ, I apologize. It was approved for a 7-year term. It was extended in 2016 and then again in 2024. And I believe that the resolution in front of you stated that the commission at the time in 2024 did not want to go back out for an RFQ. So it was extended again to April 30th, 2031. We are not discussing the extension of this contract. What's on the agenda is their right to increase their fees on an annual basis. And that is what was submitted back in August, and it really is a matter of course. They have that right via the contract. So it's presented to you this evening really for informational and for obviously a vote to approve that increase. And I did want to clarify one thing that was brought up. I want to make sure that we realize that the Waste Pro collection of our waste in the community is actually given to you or charged to you through your water bill, your Melbourne utility water bill. And that's how it's paid, and then they send us a big check several times a year for that collection. There was some confusion whether this was actually on your tax bill. What everyone will see on your tax bill when it says solid waste, and most of it is about $72, I want to say $75, something to that effect, that is the county's charge for Waste Pro to bring the waste to their landfill. So that's your landfill charge on your tax bill. You will see your waste collection charge on your water bill. And that concludes my report, ma'am.
I'm so glad you mentioned. Jan Futch, if you're out there, this was an issue that she had asked about, what is this? And anyway, my just objection is, even though it's a rate increase, is I feel like we shouldn't approve things when they refer back or relate to a contract without being given the contract that we can read or look at, because I don't have it in front of me. I'd have to go through however many meetings. So I can't approve, especially it's, and when this happened way back when, it was a pretty contentious thing. It was a really tough vote. And there have been people that have complained about the price increases and the circumstances of it. So that's why I pulled it. I probably will always vote against any contract or contract extension or contract renewal or amendment if the original contract is not included. Because we're amending a contract, we need to have the original contract. So that's I don't doubt the veracity of what you're saying. I don't doubt that it's in there, the provision, but sometimes there's just mistakes or and then for transparency later on too for the public, because otherwise they have to go then say, well, they have to make a public record for the contract itself to verify if they want to. So that's why I pulled it. That's my objection. That's why I'll be voting against it. I don't know if this is something that we could push and then just get the contract itself, because
That's a good idea.
Dr. Cronin might like to himself look at it and just, you trust but verify. Just, is this, what are the terms?
Is there a time constraint?
Yeah.
Well, the fiscal year has begun for them. We haven't heard from them. I'm thinking that they're already using these escalated fees, but I will go back and verify. And well noted, ma'am. I have that noted. We will always bring back the contract. I have read it. I have looked at it. They're able to do it by 100% CP. These numbers don't really mean anything if I quoted them, but we can certainly bring it back and I'll give them a call and see where they're at if you'd like me to do that. I just haven't had the chance to do that.
And
We absolutely will.
one suggestion I would make, I know that some of these contracts can be big, it may be big, and, it could even be that there's a page that says the contract is not included, but on the website, because there's additional documents, you could put in there the contract, that way anybody could look and they'd have a link, or I could, and it wouldn't require a 500, that would be one suggestion. Go ahead. You recognize.
Madam Mayor, we have an opportunity because we're going to be meeting on Friday, I believe, and we could add this to the special
That's
meeting.
true.
If we could get the original contract, then we could readjust it in just a couple days.
Well, you can't have any more than one item on a special meeting,
Right,
but
but
what
we
you
could
can
have-
do is you can have successive ones.
Correct.
So you're right, like you could, if you wanted to sort of tick this off and we were gonna be meeting anyway, we could have two special meetings. I believe there has to be 24 hours or 48 hours notice, so we technically do have that.
I would
But
appreciate
up to you,
it
though.
if we moved it. I don't think there's that high of an emergency.
Okay.
And this will give me time to at least call.
Okay.
And talk to somebody.
Okay.
I can't guarantee I'll talk to them in the next 2 days. So
Okay.
Yeah.
If you would allow me that leeway, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay. That
Thank
sounds
you.
good.
I apologize for not having the contract.
Okay. Thank you for that. So that's all I had to say. Is there anyone else? Go ahead, Commissioner Reed.
I'm just trying to understand where we're landing here. So we are pushing this, is that what we're doing? Till
I mean, if
some period?
If the manager can pull it and say she would like to pull it for that reason, otherwise, somebody could make a motion, but if she wants to pull it, she can.
Oh, no, I don't think that I mean, I can pull it, but it's from the commission telling me to bring it back up at a later date with further information, and I'm more than happy to do so. And I believe it can extend to the next regular council meeting unless we have a special meeting in between. But I wouldn't know that until I really speak to these folks. Again, this just showed up in a package 2 months ago, and so I apologize. I was not well-versed in it.
Okay, so, I believe we saw this same information last month as well. So, and thank you for the clarification on how the billing is done and for what services are covered. And it's clear, this is the contract gives them the right to do this. So I would make a motion that we go ahead and approve this, and you can still go ahead and get the contract information, and if there's something there that is questionable, we can circle back at it with it at that time.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve an amendment without the contract tonight, and a second. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any discussion or debate? I already said my piece. So. Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay? Nay. And again, I don't doubt that it's in the contract. My only objection and vote against it, please, excuse me, you're allowed to do this, so please, that is your warning, Mrs. Kopic. Do not speak from the public. That's the only reason I'm voting against it. I feel like I always want to have the contract with it, so. Okay, we'll move on. The next item is page 51, which is the special magistrate agreement. And this is also the manager, so you'll present this. If you have any comments, I had a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am. So this is, would you like, Ryan,
Yeah.
no, okay.
It's up to you. No, doesn't matter.
Kim, what is her name? Oh my gosh, is it in front of me?
Ottinger.
Kristen Ottinger, that was her name, sorry. I had the contract right in front of me, there it is. She was our special magistrate when she was with Weiss, whatever. It was Paul Gugelman's old firm, God rest his soul. So she was with them, she left that firm, we lost our special magistrate. She actually reached out to the community to clean up some of the records, and at that time I reached back to her and said, rumor has it that you might still be interested, and she said absolutely with her new firm. So that's when Ryan took it over, and I don't mean to speak for you, sir, but he took it over and reached back out, and she provided this contract that's in front of you. Ryan, of course, has reviewed it. I have reviewed it. We are very comfortable with it. There's interesting little tidbit is that they are charging us $275 per hour, but in the former company, it was $290 an hour. So we're making money. But we believe that she worked very well with the town. I was told that. I have not met the woman. But we're pleased that she was able to come back. And that's why we're asking for approval for this contract so we can get that going again.
I just, well, I'll give, if anybody else has questions or comments. I had one or two questions and then a couple just suggestions, I guess, to point out or like little things to consider adding. Which I don't think that they would have, I don't know. I don't think they would have a problem with, so my suggestion would be that I could go through some of these and that we could approve it, like if, subject to making those, or however it turns out, but for the record, I'm gonna get these out. And I have them numbered. So page 54, one of the things that I would suggest or two things, it has scope of the services. The contractor agrees to perform certain professional, and then it goes through. I would suggest, because we haven't had this before, that we include a specific thing that states that they will prepare, submit, written, and then special magistrate procedures. Because if you look at all the other cities and counties, they have written special magistrate procedures that they put on their website. The very first special magistrate that we had, he never did any. And the statute does require that you have procedures. So I would just add that in there, that if she doesn't, she may already have her special magistrate procedures that she uses, but that she would submit those in writing as the procedures for us to look at. We may not, I don't think we would approve them necessarily, but they need to be available on the website to people, because people they can't subpoena anyone or force anyone to come. They have to go through the magistrate. But if the magistrate doesn't have procedures available, they don't know how to do it. So I would also add a requirement here. This is that they are required to sign minutes. The minutes are required in our code, and the former, not this magistrate, but the former, the very first one, Caps, there was a situation which the clerk could speak to, I think it was Mrs. Brown, but repeatedly tried to get the special magistrate to sign minutes, and he essentially refused to sign minutes. So we have unsigned minutes from the meeting, but we don't have signed minutes. And the special magistrate is still a board, even though it's a special magistrate, and all of our boards are required to have minutes. So I would add that. The other thing I would add is page 55. It just says shall have 2 one-year options to extend. I would just add that should be by written notice, that it contains an actual, that the extension would be in writing. Then the next one is also page 55. I would add in, just because the billing provisions, it says that I would say, like, see Article 4, Provision C, because it's pretty detailed on the billing. The fifth thing is page 55, number 5. It talks about the contractor, and then I believe there's one that says the town. But here we go. Yeah, it has you, I believe, as like the point of contact, Mrs. Frazier, but it has the client as being sort of the town, and there's other places where it refers to like questions from the town. That's pretty broad. I mean, does that mean, like, I would limit that there needs to be some discussion of who actually is contacting? Is it, because the town could be a bunch of things. Then there's a 2.2 hour, 2/10 minimum for phone calls, which does, and it's mentioned again on page 56, but it conflicts with page 57, which says billable hours shall be measured in 1/10. It doesn't say, all billable hours except for phone conversations. It just says that they shall be in 1/10 increments. But that other for telephone calls, and then there again, that's where I get into, it doesn't limit who those telephone calls could potentially be. Is it just I would imagine it would be the clerk, the manager, the town attorney, and maybe the code official, those 4 people only, but there's no, Mr. Knight?
I hope it wouldn't be me, because I'd
Oh,
be
well, that's true, yeah.
representing
Yeah, that's true.
the town
But I
in
mean,
the
I
code
would,
enforcement hearing, but
I would like to
I
have,
don't-
yeah, I would like to have something in there that essentially does, because one, if that's correct, so even a 1-minute phone call, we're gonna get charged as if it were 12 minutes. And the standard in the industry is 1/10. So basically, anything from 1 to 6 minutes, you get charged 0.10. That's what the page 57 says, but those phone calls,
So you do see this in agreements.
Okay.
Special magistrates normally do not call the town. I can tell you it'd be in a very rare instance if there was some kind of mistaken order issued or something like that. It's very rare that there would be a telephone conversation.
Well, there used to be a lot of them, but there would be calls, I think, between the clerk, because she's the one scheduling sort of, the times for a meeting, or so there would be, I think, unless you always do that by email.
I have done both because she was traveling from across the state, so I don't know how often she sees her email, so if it's canceling a meeting, I would call.
Yeah, but perhaps to save a little cost, if it is the 12, email would be better, because that would, but anyway. And then the other thing on page 57, it does say that there'll be itemization of bills in detail, but I would add in there that the bill, that will have the code case and the code like style, because if ever people go, to look back 2 years from now, if it doesn't have the code case and and the name, which most bills you're going to be like, well, we're going to have to go through which case is this. So it's a simple thing to require in there that in their billing they'd have the code case number and the style of the case. That way you can refer back to it. And then page 59, it says that the invoices will be submitted to the town manager, but I would just add that by email electronically, because if somebody requests that, it's a lot easier if you've already got electronically to basically produce it in public records, and you could say by additional paper copy if they would like, but I would add that. And then the other one, page 59, technology systems of the TPO. What is that? It's on page 59. It says, all records stored electronically must be provided to the public agency in a format that is compatible with the information technology systems of the TPO. Does anyone know what that is? I don't recall seeing TPO anywhere in here.
It should be town.
Yeah, I know. So that's why I was like, okay, so that's a typo. So that should be of the town. Okay. All right. So that would be a correction that would be made. And then I think I had just one question, page 60, it says that the contractor, which they have no proprietary interest whatsoever, it's pretty broad, page 60. Mr. Knight, does that include there's no work product? They basically are disclaiming any work product, is that correct?
Say which page again and which?
It says, neither the contractor nor any other individual employed under this agreement shall have any proprietary interest in any products delivered under this agreement. Sorry, page 60, yeah. They're basically, essentially disclaiming any work product, would that be correct? Work product, where that's their own and they keep it?
No, so what they are saying is that if they send a document to you, then you can produce it for public records. They don't have like a copyright or any kind of interest.
Yeah, well, it says anything by whatsoever, page 59, by whatsoever designation it may be known. When I read that, I thought, well, that would be for attorneys, work product. But that is produced by or developed in connection with this agreement shall remain the exclusive property of the town, may not be caught, blah, blah, blah. And so is that sounds to me like a disclaimer of work product.
Well, there wouldn't be any work product. She's
Okay.
a special magistrate.
Okay, all right. Then the page 60C, it has upon request of the town's custodian of public records, which is the clerk. But then it says that the copies may be inspected or copied within a reasonable time and cost. I would add in there at the town offices, because there is attorney general opinions and such that you can't require people to inspect public records outside, and I believe this firm is in South Florida. So you can't, if somebody requests to inspect them, not get copies, but inspect them, you can't force them to go outside of the jurisdiction. So I would just.
So that's not what
At
this
the
is
town.
saying. It's saying if there is a request, the town can make that request to the contractor, and the contractor
yeah.
shall provide copies.
Okay, all right.
Madam Mayor, could I ask a question?
Oh, hold on, I got one more, and then I'll call on you, because then the page 61 and 62, which is all about public records. I question this part of the agreement, whether this is legal or not. It says, without the permission of the town commission, the town manager, public records, public records subject to the foregoing exemptions shall not be released except to the town governing board, the town's manager, or the, exemption. There's a couple, and then page 62. No public record that's confidential, okay, shall be released. I would say that it should be the town attorney and the commission. Because if it's confidential, that's a determination that the town attorney makes, and then the commission, but anyway. Okay, and then let me see, the last one was, page 63, that such changes that are mutually agreed on shall be incorporated in written amendments to this agreement. I would just say they would be signed, so it's written, but that they would be executed, signed before effective. So prior signed written amendments. And then page 55 has the contract administration, that it's the town manager. I would just add in a caveat that when it comes to public records, though, it is the clerk and the town attorney. Because basically there's contract administration, there's a ton of different things, but when it comes to if there's a public records request, they don't go to you, they'll go to the clerk, then she'll go to the town attorney, but the way it kind of almost seems like it goes through you, so I would clarify that. And that's all my points. Then I will recognize.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it. So I obviously I'm new on the commission, and I just wanted to get an idea what the special magistrate does, an overview. I'm not talking about, and I appreciate all the minutia that you went into there. But it's, it is important.
Ms. Pence, that's your warning. Please don't laugh from the audience.
But
You're interrupting him.
Well, I did want to say that, Commissioner Reed went through some of the things and gave us a very detailed list ahead of time, ahead of the meeting, of what you could do the same thing with that, and you could wordsmith that so that when you have it, we have all your edits, so that we don't have to wordsmith here on the commission.
My response would be that the public, there are some members of the public that would, I think, appreciate hearing the questions and, like, that we actually review the contract. There are commissioners that do that behind the scenes, but those don't ever make it into the packet. So so if I were to do that, get all my questions answered, it's not in the packet, then we all just approve it because we all individually got our questions answered about a contract, but the public never got the benefit of that, and we didn't even,
Well, you could certainly give the public the amended version that has all the things fixed the way it should be, rather than have a document that they see that is inappropriate. If you feel it's inappropriate, we certainly should have an appropriate document that we present the public. I think we could do it differently. But that beside the point. I wanted to find out what special magistrate does for Melbourne Beach.
So they hear code enforcement matters. So if there's a code enforcement, there will be a notice of violation. There'll be a subsequent inspection. And if that inspection shows noncompliance, then the code case will be set for a hearing. So the special magistrate would hear violations of the town's code of ordinances, wherein the respondent would come in, they'd be able to present their case to the special magistrate, the town would be able to present their case, and then.
So a hearing is held here?
Yes.
In this building?
Yes.
Okay. And how often does that occur?
It's once a month is when it's scheduled. So if we do not have any hearings, then the meeting is canceled, but it is scheduled for once a month.
Is the public invited or is it private?
No, it's completely open to the public.
Okay.
So everything's a public record from those proceedings. Any documents, any evidence that's handed over, the town's file that they give to the special magistrate, that's all public record.
Thank you.
I have a question also.
Okay, really quickly, because I don't want to forget, you mentioned Mr. Reed. I do want to point out, because I mentioned at the beginning, if anyone is interested, there's a November 14th email from Commissioner Reed to the manager with questions and responses. November 17th email that was sent to the other commissioners. So if anybody did want to know, it is detailed, but you could ask for that. Now, Commissioner Corey, go ahead.
I agree. I think that the contracts that the town gets, and I believe that the red lines that you believe would make the contracts better should be done prior to the meeting and presented as a red line, and perhaps not just automatically put on the consent agenda. And that way we have what you believe the contract should say, and we can all look at it, and the attorney has the time to see those changes, and the attorney can then, at that meeting, after we're all given what you believe is appropriate, then we can vote on whether or not to accept those changes as the town, because right now, you're telling the attorney what to do without a vote as a representation of the commission. The commission is not said to make those changes. So if you presented those changes before the meeting and we could all look at them, then as a commission, we could vote for the attorney to send those changes to the contractor, whomever it is, and that would be voted upon by the commission. At this point, you're giving advice for changes as a representation of the commission without us saying whether or not that's what we want. You're giving the attorney direction when it should be the commission. And I totally respect your ability for making these contract changes, but I think the format is incorrect. The format is you should have it in the packet so we can all look at it, and that's also available for the public. And it's not as time-consuming, and that way the attorney has better direction to present to all of us, for us to say, yes, I think that's correct. I think she's hit the nail on the head, so to speak. But this way is not productive, in my opinion. Thank you.
I will respond to that, but does Commissioner Butler or Commissioner Reed would like to speak for their?
I concur with Commissioner Quarry.
Commissioner Reed? Okay, so I would like to respond. Last week, my biological father died.
I'm so sorry.
And this week, I was taking my son to college tours. I spend a lot of time doing all this. But I mean, I donate my salary. I'm going to get more salary. I put a lot of time and effort into this, and then for you to criticize me to say, no, please do not. I did not interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. I think that, I mean, frankly, what you do, it speaks for itself, but I do have mayor's hours, and the manager and I actually, every time I have mayor's hours, we have met. She comes over. She did not come over. I was here. I know, and it's like, had she come over, I would have gone over those with her. So that would have, but that didn't happen. But yes, of course, if we all have time and nothing else going on, then, but there is actually no requirement that we do all of that. There's no requirement that we do that. 2, it is somewhat of a personal preference. I sometimes tend to talk about those things in the public for the benefit of the public. If I have time to do it before in an email, I would. If I did that, I would print copies of the email and put them on the table and say, I've already asked my questions and here they are. I did not have time this time because of, and we get the packet, however many days before. So there's no requirement to do that. It's my preference to be able to talk about these. Your statement that I'm giving direction, if you reread or re-listen, what I said was, I have some questions and some comments, take them for what they are. I am not giving the town attorney direction at all. I am fully aware that, there may be a motion to approve it as it is in a second, and then but what I'm doing is pointing out some things in the contract that I had questions about and some suggestions, and take them or leave. If you guys don't care about any of those suggestions, hold on. Because if I don't use all my 3 minutes, you don't get to save it. So your suggestion that I've done something wrong by directing the attorney is patently false. I have not done that. Your suggestion that I've done something wrong because I didn't do it in email ahead of time, is also false. I haven't done anything wrong. I think that the public likes to know that we question or make comments throughout the contract. And if nobody cares about those, it gets passed as it is. So I take some offense to the way you characterize that, but it's your opinion and your right to say it, but it's also my right to kind of push back on it. Yes, you're recognized.
So I don't want you to take offense at that. I think that you obviously have skills at looking at these things, and you know what you're doing, you're looking at it, but I think it would be more effective for the commission if you had it ahead of time or redlined, as was mentioned. That way, you can still go over it with us. You can still teach us all about it, but at least we have it in front of us, and we can skip off and say, oh, I'm prepared for this, because this is a lot of wordsmithing, and it gets confusing. It gets confusing, and it's hard unless I'm scribbling notes. And obviously Amber's scribbling a lot of notes. But if we had it ahead of time, we could really address it, and we could even vote on it if we had it ahead of time. Now it's like, well, are we going to put it off while we incorporate these edits? That's the question. Should we put it off to incorporate these edits and then look at it again? That leaves us with that question. Thank you.
I think that was, is that your second? So this would be my
Yeah.
second. What I would say is no, I don't. But I went through and asked, and you already did your first. You said you agreed with Mrs. Corey, so that was your first. Yeah. I'll do my, well, go ahead. Do you have a second?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Does anybody else have a second? Their second minute they want to use? Okay. You're right. I don't want to push this contract. And what I would say, when I was going through a couple of these, the town manager I saw her shaking her head. So, we could say approve it subject to a couple clarifications if we wanted to, or just approve it as is. So like the couple that she was shaking her head to, we could add in that a requirement that they sign the minutes, since that was literally an issue before. I doubt that she's going to object to that. We could add in there, that when you shook your head about the written notice and signed. Would you like to speak? Is there any, or the town attorney?
So there were a few changes in there. The ones that stuck out to me was the typo, the TPO in the town. But, you know, you did mention special magistrate procedures. Those procedures are in our code of ordinances, which also reference chapter 162 of the Florida statutes. So it specifically says what the special magistrate is required to do as far as the presentation of the case and the evidence, the finding of the orders. So we already have those. I don't see a reason to tell the special magistrate they have to spell those out when they already reference that.
Well, we don't have a written procedure if somebody wants to subpoena a witness, and that has been an issue in an actual case before.
And that's with Florida statute as well. So our code does reference the Florida statute. It does incorporate that. I don't think it's something that specifically has to be spelled out, but, you know.
What about the code case number? I know you shook your head on that one.
I don't think that would have to be included in the billing, just because the billing entry would be attend special magistrate hearing on November 19th, 2025.
Well, we've
The
had
agenda on November 19th, 2025 has the code cases. It would
Yeah,
have
but-
the 5 cases, so I wouldn't expect that to be in the actual billing entry.
Yeah,
from
but
a
it might make it
special
easier for the
magistrate.
town clerk. I mean, sometimes we do have a hard time with, like, but that's fine. Anyway, I mean, at least I said my piece for the record. So now, anybody else want to speak? And otherwise, we would take a motion.
I just wanted to say I'm sincerely sorry for your loss. And
I didn't want to have to mention
and
it, but I
life-
did.
I absolutely agree. We all have lives outside of here. But I do want to state that in the year that I've been up here, this is historically happens. Whether it's consent agenda, or whether it's meeting minutes, whether it's, you know, that you will repeatedly say, I want to correct this. These are things that could have been done prior. So it is something, and not to denounce your loss by any means, please don't think that. However, this is historically what goes on, and I think it would just help in our striving to end our meetings at possibly 10 o'clock. That's one thing that could help, and I understand you want the public to hear certain things. I think certain things, that's absolutely the truth, but this minutia, I don't, from my experience talking to the public, they're not listening.
Well, thank you. I mean, you make a good point, and like I said, I had intended to speak with the manager, but, okay, is there somebody like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the contract that has been presented by the special magistrate as presented.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion, and a second. Any public comment?
Joyce Barton, 322 Third Avenue. So we just had a motion and a second to approve the contract as presented. After we sat here and listened to all this back and forth and your direction to the town attorney, Mayor, I am speaking about you. I know I'm not supposed to point you out directly, but it is more in the best interest. Excuse me. What are you writing? I don't understand.
Public comment, Joyce Barton.
Oh, thank you.
Quote, "My
That'll be in,
direction,"
that will
taking
be
notes.
in the minutes. You don't need to write that down. I would appreciate your attention. I just find it ridiculous for us to have to sit here. You act like it is in the public interest for us to listen to your direction and to tell our town attorney, which he wasn't even writing anything down that you were saying. So, and it ended up passing as presented. And it's not the town manager's job to come over to you during your mayor hours to discuss things with you. It is your job to be prepared before you come to the meeting and have, as our 2 new commissioners, well, one is a returning commissioner, point out to you that you should, it's just common sense to be prepared and have these redlined items ready so that people can see it. I'm going to guarantee you that 99% of the people are not listening to you, flipping through and pointing things out. It should be done in advance and presented so that people can see it and understand it and look at it. But the whole thing that just absolutely just blows my mind is that it was accepted as presented. So what was all that discussion? And it's much, no, sorry, I have 58 seconds. It's pretty obvious that we have a mayor who just likes to hear herself talk. And we have to put up with that. So come prepared, have things ready so that the commissioners can then make the motion once it's presented and move through it. So we don't have to sit through this because we're already, I'm just saying, we're tired of the excuses. We're tired of all the, the reasons why you think it's important to do it, but it's not. So I can, just wanted to give you my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tina Kopic, 505 Avenue B. It's pretty clear that the mayor wants to hear herself talk and to prove to everybody she used to be an attorney many years ago, never in this state. And maybe that's why she says everybody wants to hear this, is because she wants to hear this. And she wants to justify her position or her opinion to her dwindling followers. So if there's any way that this commission can somehow stifle some of that conversation so that we can move on to the next item, it would be very beneficial to the town in general not to have 5-hour, 5.5-hour meetings as opposed to the 2.5-hour meetings we were having prior to the election of this mayor, who loves to prove to everybody she was once an attorney many years ago and argue with our attorney, who is a current attorney licensed in the state of Florida. So please take his word for it, and the town manager, who, by the way, doing a great job, bang-up job in the little bit of time that you've been here. Thank you so much for taking on this thankless job. But I think it's very important that we trust the town manager and the town employees to do their jobs rather than question every line, which, by the way, all those changes that were mentioned earlier might save us a few dollars where we have $160-something thousand worth of attorney fees outstanding right now. Why aren't we worried about the $160-something thousand worth of fees than worried about the magistrate charging us 10 cents or 12 cents or 1 point a minute or 12 minutes or for a phone call? Why aren't we worried about those fees? Thank you very much.
Next. Seeing none, we will close public comment. So we have a motion. Oh, sorry. We will close public comment. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Wait, I thought we just did that.
No, we go to public comment before we vote. We have a motion and a second.
And then we have a discussion amongst the commissioners about this. And I did want to make a comment. I'd like to make Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to the motion, if I can.
Sure.
I'd like to add that the.
Wait, was it your motion or was
No,
it your original
it's
first?
Sherry's motion.
Oh,
She has to say it's okay.
Okay, yeah, so you would request, so what you can do is you can say, you address it to her.
Yep.
But I'd like to ask if she would be willing to make
Yes.
an amendment, because especially if you seconded it, then you can ask that, because you can withdraw your second, but go ahead.
So I didn't second it, but
okay.
Sherry, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to your motion.
Okay.
All right. I think that we should change that word TPO to town in there, and we should also ask for them to sign the minutes, as the mayor mentioned in there, and then we should approve this. Are you okay with that?
I'm still confused. I thought we all voted and it passed, and that's why they came up and said,
No, we have. We've only taken a motion and a second, and then we had public discussion, and now we having discussion amongst us, and now we can call the motion, we can call the question if we want, but I wanted to make a friendly amendment. And if you're okay with that friendly amendment, then we can call the question.
yes, call the question.
Call the question.
Thank you, okay. So we have a motion, but I do need you to state the amended motion. You agreed, but you would need to restate. You would need to restate the motion as amended, and then you could re-second it if you wanted to. It's parliamentary. So Mrs. Quarry has agreed to amend her motion, which is?
To accept the special magistrate's agreement as presented with the exception of the TPO typo and the,
Request to sign the minutes.
the request for signed minutes.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion. We do have to go to public comment again, but is there public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That carries 5-0. I thank you, Commissioner Cronin, Dr. Cronin. I don't know whether I'm supposed to call you Commissioner Cronin or Doctor, because I know it's kind of both. Which one would you prefer, Commissioner?
Either one is fine.
Is that okay?
Either one is fine,
Okay.
or you can even call me Terry.
No, we're not allowed to.
Oh, you're not allowed to?
We're not allowed
Okay.
to do that, but I do.
Then call me
know-
Commissioner
yeah.
when I'm up there.
I'm trying to say Commissioner, but then I want to say
Yeah.
Doctor. And thank you for that, because that was at least appreciated. So that was 5-0. Good work. Good work. Okay, we will move on then. I've got to get my very tiny agenda out. If somebody's got it in front of them right now, could you tell me which one we're on? Yes.
Voting for the vice mayor.
Okay, yes, good. Okay, so we need a vice mayor. So, does anyone have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Dr. Cronin as our vice mayor.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We will go to public comment. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. Okay, we have a motion to appoint Dr. Cronin, made by Commissioner Corey and seconded by Commissioner Butler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That carries 5-0. Congratulations, Mr. Cronin.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So I believe would you two switch seats right now? Because I do believe but we could wait till later, but I believe
Mayor, just do it at the end because they're all going to move.
Okay, oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, all right.
It's not just those two.
Okay,
We're
so
no
but then
rush.
the
We're no
next,
rush.
okay, so then the next
meeting,
meeting,
everyone
you'll get
will
it
move
all.
again.
Okay, all right. Oh, yeah, so who goes, oh, yeah, you're right, there's a whole weird thing.
Vice mayor will be on your immediate right. Commissioner Butler will be on your immediate left.
And then
Commissioner
Reed.
Reed will be on the far right.
Okay, oh, well, good, I'm used to the left side, okay. All right. And then the next is, we've got the Space Coast and the TPO. Which one is first before?
12B.
12B, I know, I gotta find my little.
South Beaches Coalition.
Okay, South Beaches Coalition. If you all want to discuss, I know currently right now, Commissioner Butler is on that. My preference would be to have her continue. She's already gotten used to it. It's not, we're not gonna have, the seat on it, so it's not,
Second.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay.
Is that a motion?
Yeah.
Second.
But we do need to, I can't,
happy
I would
to
have to pass the gavel to make, and I do.
Oh, you can't make
Does
a-
anybody else want to discuss first?
I was just hoping that we would clarify for everyone who the current person is there, and and it is Commissioner Butler. I'd also like to nominate Commissioner Butler to continue in that role.
Yeah, okay. All right, so if there's no other discussion, then we've got two motions that if you'll go ahead and, because now would be the time for a motion. We have a motion from Dr. Cronin and a second from Commissioner Reed.
Right.
Okay, is there any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? So that carries 5-0. And then I'm just going from memory, but I believe the next one is doing the Space Coast League of Cities and the alternate. Right now, I am the Space Coast League of Cities, and the alternate is Commissioner Reed. Here, I'm just going to throw this out there, which says, I'd love to make Commissioner Reed the regular, because I know I've missed a couple meetings. In the past, we had people and they hardly ever attended the meetings, but I've gone to a lot of them. But Commissioner Reed has gone to many of them too. So when I haven't been there, he's been there. I think he's, done a great job. So my preference would be to have him take the leading role. And honestly, I'd love to be able to bring in our deputy clerk as the alternate, because I think, but a lot of cities have either a clerk or their manager that goes to these as the primary. We're all really busy, and I don't know, it might be an opportunity for the deputy clerk to, I don't know that the clerk would want to do it, because she's pretty busy anyway, but that's, but whatever y'all want to do.
And we'd have to pay
Yeah.
her to be there.
Well, yes, yeah, but it would only be when, but here's the thing, you don't even have to go. So like, in the past, we've had a person and they, like 12 meetings, they, didn't go. I've gone to a lot of them.
Have you enjoyed it?
Recently,
Yeah.
and
Have you
guys
enjoyed
weren't
it?
there.
Yeah, no,
They
I
called you
have.
guys.
I have, and here's the thing. You don't, like, any one of us, all of us could go.
I go.
All of us,
I just can't vote.
Yeah, all of us can go. It's just that, there's only one person from each commission that's like on the group and they could vote. But see, it's separate from the FLC. And so I go to a lot of the FLC and I'm on the board of the FLM. So I feel like I do a lot of stuff. And honestly, I only have one more year. I'm not going to be here
Does
after a
Commissioner-
year.
Commissioner
so,
Reed would agree? He
yeah,
would
I mean,
agree?
so that's what I'm saying. I'm the primary right now, but I would like to be able to
Are you good with
transition
that?
it.
Commissioner,
I'm fine with continuing to attend, so
as the number one.
that's fine.
That's fine.
And then if somebody else wants to be the alternate, then,
Anna?
Aren't I already doing something?
You are?
I mean, I'm happy to do it, because I do go to them.
Sherry,
Yeah.
Sherry, you interested? Okay, so Anna, if you're interested.
If I can do both, I'm happy to do it.
the only, I wonder, the only thing, if there are people that are on the board from, no, I don't think that's a problem. From the-
So,
from the TPO.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah, mhm.
I'd like to, I'd like to, make a motion to appoint Commissioner Reed as our primary and Commissioner Butler as our alternate to the Space Coast League of Cities
great.
representatives.
Okay, we have a motion we have a motion by Dr. Cronin and a second by Corey. Is there any public comment? Okay, come on up.
Joyce Barton, 322 Third Avenue. So I was the voting delegate for the Space Coast League of Cities, and it's a wonderful opportunity. I'm glad that you did decide to appoint or nominate commissioners as opposed to the deputy clerk, because it's very beneficial for you to associate yourselves with other city officials. You learn so much by being in the mix with all of that. You learn how other municipalities operate and how they do things and the thought processes and all that sort of thing. So I did attend one meeting, and it is open to anyone. I did attend one meeting here just a few months ago and saw Commissioner Reed there. So I think he'll do a great job in that position as a voting delegate, and Commissioner Butler will be a great alternate. So I'm glad you went in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Oh, wait, sorry.
If we have a discussion, but
Yeah.
I was going to say aye.
Yeah. Yeah, does anyone want to have discussion before we? No? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? So that carries 5-0. Okay, does anyone need to take a break, or are we going to keep plugging along? Where are we at now? Space Coast? Yeah. Okay, so now I believe we are on the finance budget report, correct?
No?
Why is that in my pages here?
So we've got the
Appointment of the delegate.
employee satisfaction.
Space Coast, 149, we
You're
just
on
did that.
G.
Discussion of anonymous employee satisfaction survey results.
Why is that not the next page in the packet?
Page 174.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'm just going straight from I've got to find, if y'all will just give me a second. I need to find it's in here. What is that? Oh, it fell on the ground. Okay. All right. So the anonymous survey, this is your item, so we will go, and the presentation is supposed to be short because you will get to discuss it in your 3 minutes, so if you want.
It's that long. I'll read quickly. I apologize for reading it, but I want to stay on task. In the September 18th, 2024 regular town meeting, the then commission voted to hire an outside firm to conduct an anonymous employee satisfaction survey in response to allegations of bullying and harassment made by a town employee in their letter of resignation. The survey concluded at the end of October 2025, having begun June 19th of 2025, and became available via public records request and is included in tonight's packet. The results of the survey were overwhelmingly concerning, which prompted me to reach out to the interim town manager and the town attorney for guidance. Eventually, Mr. Knight informed me that it is his opinion that there is no legal action to take due to the anonymity factor. In other words, since a specific individual did not come forward to lodge a specific complaint against a specific person, legal action is not required. And correct me if I stated that incorrectly. My primary reason for discussing the survey results tonight is to ensure that the employees of the town of Melbourne Beach are heard and acknowledged in a public forum. Although Melbourne Beach is our little piece of paradise, the town's employees have now told us that they feel attacked, bullied, harassed, belittled, and threatened. They stated that this has led to lack of confidence and stability in the workplace. My intention is not to rehash what has happened, nor to play the blame game, nor is it something that is up for debate, as the facts are in black and white. My intent is to acknowledge that the town staff has spoken. The conclusive numbers state that only 38% of the staff is likely to continue their employment with the town. Additionally, in all categories, the commission was rated at 0%. This is untenable, and I believe it to be unethical for us, the commission, to sweep this survey under the rug. We need to make real changes in order to build trust and respect between the staff and the commission. I would like to invite constructive, forward-thinking dialogue with the commission, the town attorney, and the interim town manager, and of course, public comment, as to what concrete steps we are going to commit to take in effecting this necessary change. One of the things I would suggest is to remember that our point of contact is the town manager, in this case, the interim town manager. We don't go directly to staff members, we don't intervene. That's my point, is A, to make sure that the public sees this, and to give a voice to the staff, because this is upsetting, and it's the commission. We're all taking responsibility for this, and it can't go on like this.
Okay, so you have presented the item, and, I mean, if we want to have questions or discussion.
Can I make a motion?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, hold on real quick. Does anybody have any questions first, before there's a motion?
Well, I have tons of questions, but I don't know exactly where to start.
I mean, I have questions too. I wanted to know if this is, I'm sorry. I turned the thing off so I didn't hear the papers when but yeah. Do you want to ask them now, without starting the time, or do you want to wait till later?
I think that, I think I'd like to go last. I think I'd like everybody else to ask questions, and because maybe some of those questions will be the same as what I have. So I think I'd like to be called upon again.
Okay. Does I had a couple of questions, but,
Commissioner Reed, you don't have
Commissioner
any
Reed, do you have any
questions?
questions?
I don't have any questions.
Yeah. I mean, I may have a lot more questions, but my initial questions haven't been answered. But just what, first of all, is there a contract or an agreement or scope of services? I imagine there is something, or even an invoice, because when I talked to the town attorney, he said there's got to be something. There may not be a contract, but there's got to be some sort of terms sheet or whatever. So I don't know about that. That's what I'd like to have that and see that. The other thing I'd ask for was what were the original communications from the company? I suspect that they have some packet and here's what we do, here's how we do it, here's a starting list of questions we tend to ask. I imagine that there was some document or set of documents like that. I'd like to be able to see those, and then I'd like to be able to see, well, what were all the questions that then actually were asked? Because Mr. Knight did not know whether this is everything or not. He couldn't answer that. He wasn't sure. But so for me, until I even know that, I can't ask other questions. We never got a copy of any of this when the former manager was doing it. Even though she repeatedly had said, on the record, that she was going to give us information, but then later on she was like, no, I'm not. I changed my mind. I'm not going to give you information. I didn't press it because in my mind, it was like she was out the door in a few days. I knew exactly what was going to happen with this. It was going to be the last parting shot. It's, and I thought, I'll deal with that when it comes. But there were people online talking about it, so I am curious how they got the information. But I first saw any of it when it came in the packet. Next thing, there are some pages on here that talk, it's like there's a chart where it goes down. But the front of the materials that were provided, they say that it was conducted from June 19th until October 29th. But for whatever reason, that chart, it's like September and October. So, I mean, I just have questions about the information that was provided. And there are a bunch of things in there that say that, yes, there's a ton of stuff that talks about the mayor, and I have a little one-page speech in my commissioner report I'm going to give. But there's a bunch of where it actually says the commission and the mayor, or some commissioners. So there's repeated times where it's actually other people. There's also some things in there where they.
You're absolutely right. We're getting lumped in.
Yeah. So my preference though would be to have this at a sort of have it either a workshop, because one of the things that the benefits that there was a couple, somebody said something about, I wish that department heads or staff would listen more to lower level staff. That I was like, that we can, that is something we should do something about. Everyone talked about the benefits not being great, salary. So I'd like to have this at a workshop alone where we talk about it. But yeah.
Well, what's done is done. We have this document, and this document does put the town in legal problems. If an employee left the town right now and said that they wanted to file suit against us for a toxic work environment, they have documentation now. And we have a responsibility as a commission to respond to it in a way that is responsive. Well, in educational way. I like your idea of a workshop. If we were to bring this to a workshop where we could maybe spend some time talking about how to get rid of a toxic environment, how to work on this so that we don't continue toxic workplace behavior, how we move on, we could all learn from this. And that response actually would show the town employees that we're listening, that we care, and that we want them to be in a great environment. This is the greatest town in Florida. We know it's the jewel of Brevard. It's the jewel of Florida. We don't want them to think that we're dismissive of the work they do. We don't want them to think that we're not appreciative of everything they do. So if we were to workshop this, have a discussion, I don't know, is there a facilitator that gets hired to help with toxic workplace? Are they expensive? Well, it's something that we could maybe look into. I think it would be important. I think we can't just brush this under the rug, is what I'm saying.
But Mr. Knight, is that true? Because that kind of conflicted. You said that he said there's nothing specific, and so there's no legal liability. But then you just said kind of like.
So what I'm saying is that an employee. Yeah, go ahead and ask it, Ryan.
So I would differentiate between an anonymous survey and if we had something where we are receiving complaints that are signed by specific individuals saying this is what happened, I'm being retaliated against or something like that, then that's when I would say we need to, or the commission should consider looking into this or hiring an employment attorney or something like that. But as far as an anonymous employee survey, that's more for your informational purposes and not for any legal basis or grounds.
So no legal.
Can I ask this in just a different way, right? So what you're saying is if a disgruntled town employee wanted to bring suit against the town as they were walking out the door, couldn't hold this up and say they never did anything about this?
Please, that's your second warning. Please don't speak from the audience. If you do, I'm going to ask the police officer to remove you. Do not. Yes, you did. Okay. I apologize then. I apologize. Ms. Ross, please don't speak from the audience. I take that back. Ms. Pinson, I apologize.
So first off, anybody can sue
for anything. Oh, good point. Yeah.
So, if they waive this in front, like I said, I don't think it would carry as much weight as if they had, there were 4 complaints, written signed complaints that said the exact same thing, that either there was, I was being retaliated against, or something like that, then that would carry a lot more weight.
Don't those complaints usually they have to state, even in our policies and procedures, they have to state like the specific instances, there's a time frame. You can't just say, throw toxic workplace environment.
So, yes, it would have to be a specific fact pattern that says this is what happened, this is why. Really, a general allegation like that, especially if it's not signed, it's more towards your informational purposes.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying legally, but morally, I think as a commission, we do have to respond in some way. You know what I mean? Some way we can address this and treat it as an issue, and that we address that issue, and then we can put it to bed.
Well, I mean, I think there's a couple, like, that's the thing y'all want to sort of address.
Yeah.
But I mean, I feel like if we did it, like, there could be segments, there could be that segment, but I feel like there's like the benefits discussion. I feel like that would be a segment I'd like to be able to like look at and understand. Everyone said that the benefits were horrible, like the salary that people thought were horrible, and then everyone said the benefits. Like, I'd like to get an understanding of what are our benefits. Is there any way we can make them better? They all complained about the health insurance too. So if we were, I'd like to take it in the chunks and try to deal with all of them and not just like this toxic workplace environment. Because truthfully, toxic workplace is really only like managers or people in the employment. It's not people up here because that's your job is oversight and you're asked questions. So.
Well, they mentioned the commission and you by name.
I know.
there, So it is, I mean, it's a little different than just how much they get paid or what their benefits are.
But there's always at least two or more sides to every
Oh,
story.
no, I agree. You're right.
But it's
You're right about that.
concerning that your takeaway was more about benefits than it was about these people and every day what they're saying they're dealing with. And it was
Well-
overwhelming information, all stating that. That's concerning.
well,
And I
okay.
think morally, we do have, and that's why I brought this tonight.
So I do think that there's some consensus that we put this on a workshop.
Excuse me, I've not had a
Okay,
chance
yes,
to
then go,
talk.
excuse me, go ahead.
Some of these answers look as though it's not just the current employment situation has been affected. Some of these answers are saying that they believe that things that have been filed against them will upset their career path going forward. And to me, I find that puts the town in jeopardy. If someone is saying in this that they're going to have a problem going forward because it's going to go on their record what happened because something was done and it, they were questioned, and then it ended up that the question was proven to be an inaccurate accusation, that accusation is going to follow their work history. And that's where the town, in my opinion, has a liability. By not standing up for the correction of that person's record as a town and making sure that that doesn't happen, I think that we would be liable for that, for not taking an action to correct that person's record. To me, that's extremely important. I don't think, I was looking at, I forget what company it was. Us. We have them fill out for the manager. Have you ever had a grievance filed against you in your employment? Well, there's a few people right here that if they went somewhere else, they would have to check the box yes, because there have been some things filed against them according to this report. So we would look at that as an employer, just like any other employer, that, hey, this person has had their employer file some type of a grievance against them. So I don't think it's just a matter of it's not going to affect legally the town. I believe it affects the town greatly. And then the only other thing is that how, when we get, people can go on websites and they can say, well, have you ever worked for the town of Melbourne Beach? And people can go, oh yeah, I work for the town of Melbourne Beach, this, and this. And that effectively curtails our ability to have future good workforce. Because I think this has given us a black eye. I really do. And so when you say, talk about it in a workshop or whatever, I don't know how to correct the damage that has been done. But I think one certain thing that we can do to keep it from happening going forward is that nobody on this commission contacts an employee. They contact the town manager. And I don't understand why somebody on the commission thought it was appropriate to constantly contact staff. That's not how this commission functions. We have a town manager that is in charge of the staff that reports to the commission. Excuse me. The commission asks and makes a request of the town manager when it comes to the employees and their departments, and that manager goes out and fulfills that request. It's not up to me to go ask a public works person to go fix a sprinkler in the park. It's up to the manager to be given notice that, hey, there's a broken sprinkler that needs to be looked at. We're not supposed to be contacting anybody except for the town manager. That's always been the way the town has worked. So I don't understand why this started going to begin with. But I don't think that in a workshop you can't make a decision. You can only talk about it. I don't know that I want to talk about this to ad nauseum. Things need to change, or else we're not going to have a proper staff. And we can't function without a proper staff. Thank you.
I think change is only going to happen if we acknowledge that there's a problem and what the problem is.
Okay, you haven't had a chance to speak yet?
So I've read the report, and yes, it's not a satisfactory report, and people are obviously are dissatisfied in different areas. So that's not good. I don't know that we can resolve that in this discussion this evening. The idea of trying to continue the discussion in a workshop, I'm not opposed to that. I agree that it's obvious that the change needs to, that we need to adhere to the hierarchy that's in place. And I just looking forward in terms of, typically these surveys are done in large corporations. They're done annually. So then there's some kind of a measure of if you're which way you're moving. And we chose not to provide for this going forward. So then it just becomes a snapshot, which is part of the discussion, if we do go to a workshop, would maybe considering doing this or some form of it regularly or annually. That's all I had to say.
Okay, everybody's got to speak there once. If anyone has a motion, or maybe even to table it till the next meeting.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, yep.
So I'd like to make a motion that we discuss toxic workplace survey at our next workshop, and in that after that discussion, whether we have a facilitator that talks about how we can fix this problem, how we can make amends, that we sign a certificate of understanding, each sign as a commission, and we put this to bed.
Can I ask a clarification? You said that we have a workshop on toxic workplace environment, but I don't know that that's what it was called. I think it was just called, so do you want to?
Engagement survey
Do you
2025?
only want to focus on one aspect of it? Or are you saying, do you want to focus on some of the other concerns contained within it? Or you only want to zero in on one aspect? Like, you don't want to talk about the benefits issue or?
I really
others?
don't. I think that's
Ooh, I
a
mean,
waste of time.
yeah, I feel
do.
like we
I think that the big,
So you don't want to listen to the employees on that part?
no, the big problem is the things that we can control that we're being accused. You know, the commission, they're not mad at the commission that they're not getting paid enough. They're not mad at the commission because that they didn't get enough time off. We don't set that. They might be mad at the town manager for that, but they're not upset with they're upset with the commission because they feel bullied. I mean, they've said that in there. There's lots of language in there. I just think that we need to recognize this, make sure that the town knows that we recognize it, that we learn from it, and we move on. We've got to move on. This can't continue, and we don't need to have this as part of Melbourne Beach's culture. Melbourne Beach's culture needs to be the absolute best, because we are.
That was I wanted that clarification because I would be opposed and vote against it if it was only focused on one thing. If we were going to talk about the other things that they bring up, I would be voting for it, but that's why I asked the clarification.
Okay.
A second.
Wait, hold on. No. I think Commissioner Reed was going to ask a question, so.
Yeah, so I was just going to say that, I mean, what this was is an employment satisfaction survey is what it was. So it was broad, that. And so we see a lot of one topic, of course, are in there. So, but I think to be fair, we should do the survey consistently if we're going to do it in the future. So, and not to just focus in one area. That's a big focus, clearly, but I think we would do it broadly. And these companies that do this know how to structure the survey.
Thank you. There's a motion on the table, Mayor.
Okay, did you want to make a second? I do.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Yep.
Could I have some clarification, please? I'm so sorry, Commissioner. You had stated the very next workshop. Would it be all right with you all if we could push it off just a little? Because I believe that having a facilitator, as you suggested, Commissioner, would be a very good idea, an outside person who then can speak with the staff and try to come up with some type of comments. So I was asking for time, if you
Right.
don't mind.
And you
if
can
I could-
inquire cost. and-
Correct, and if I could come back with you on some more information before we set a date. If
Lisa,
that was your intention. I'm so
I like your question,
Thank
but could you just tell me the dates that you're talking about so I understand where that fits? When is the next workshop?
Well, it's up to the commission, however, you
It's first
are-
Wednesday of every month. I
That's
think.
correct, yes, sir.
So the next one is December. God bless you.
If you choose to have a workshop, it would be December 3rd, yes, sir.
December 3rd.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will take that as a friendly amendment. So we would have it at the next, not the next one, but the one after, which would be January.
January 7th, and my request
Yeah, yeah.
respectfully is that you let me try to find someone.
Yeah.
And then report back to you so that we can set up a.
Well, I'd like to put this to bed, and so we can move on. So the sooner the better. So if you could find somebody tomorrow, and we could do it in December, I'd love to get this over with,
Okay.
right?
We'll
Because
report back.
this is, you know what I'm saying? So if you can work with me, I'll work with you on that. That would be great. All right. So, did you ask me to repeat the motion?
No, we had a motion and a second. We were about to call the vote, and the manager interjected to see if she
Okay.
could speak. So I, of course, allowed her to.
Okay.
And then you guys engaged in discussion.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm off the record. No, it was the manager who interjected, and so you guys engaged in discussion. So we'll go back to then, is there anything you wanted to amend? Given she's requested that you could maybe push it to January, would you like to?
Oh, so the friendly amendment is pursuant to the town manager finding a facilitator. We will have it as the soonest town meeting, either in December or January. I mean, the soonest workshop, either in December or January.
Okay, all right. And then would you like to then second that again?
I second the
Okay.
amended.
Is there any public comment on the motion and amendment? Or motion and second?
Jan Pickett, 1501 Oak Street. I would like to address the entire issue. First of all, as Commissioner Reed mentioned, this is an employee survey. It addresses multiple areas of dissatisfaction. The commission piece, having a workshop about that is wonderful, and I think that if you want to get a facilitator to help address inappropriate behavior, then that's great. However, there are many of the other issues in that survey that are the responsibility of the town manager, and therefore, having a workshop about those issues is not really relevant to the commission until it comes to a vote, which would probably be next year in the budget meeting. Because I think when you're talking about salaries and benefits and things like that, that is something, a whole process the town manager should address and should work on, and then come out with a proposal to come back to the commission and have them address it about those other issues that are not really the responsibility at all of the commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I find it appalling that 3.5 weeks ago, I was able, through a public records request, to be able to get this survey. And yet, this commission, the mayor in general, the attorney, and our interim manager acts like they haven't even seen it. Not only did I get it, Truth and Accuracy Matter wrote an article about it, which the mayor is very aware of. And what I really want to spend my time, yes, you do, you already admitted it. You said it online, you said it publicly. I'm just going to read comments because nobody seems to want to address what the people are saying. These are our employees for this town who work for us. Number one, 24 of them, they all answered, I am being bullied by the town mayor. She makes false accusations and badmouths employees. I have been accused of stealing by the mayor, and select commissioners have made accusations that I, as well as other staff, may not be telling the truth. I have experienced various bullying in the workplace. The mayor has bullied several co-workers. She has acted very unprofessional and honestly hateful towards the staff. Even though staff doesn't deserve her mouthy attitude, she has cussed and belittled people who honestly didn't deserve any of it. Mayor attacks us all, in person, in email, and on social media. Mayor needs to stop causing unnecessary drama and stress to employees. I feel this was an attempt to bully me and an effort for her to change my report to fit her narrative. The mayor bullies people frequently, to include our bosses. She is unprofessional and embarrassing. Everything in her mind is litigation. She has zero leadership skills, is unethical, and lawsuit happy. I feel that I've been bullied by Mayor Jennington. She insists in filing cases for what she believes to be crimes, when they weren't crimes. She then sent unprofessional emails criticizing the quality of my investigation to not just my supervisors or town staff. She included FDLE. I feel she has violated my Officer Bill of Rights. Even after numerous legal professionals, including my administration, the town manager, and our local state attorney's office said a crime did not occur, that wasn't good enough for her. So she contacted FDLE, which also agreed with my investigation. And it goes on and on and on. This is not acceptable. And to try to brush this under the table and to act like it didn't happen, and I can tell you how much it cost. You know why? Because I asked. It cost $5,000 to do this survey. That's what our town paid for it. And we can do as many as we want. And if you need someone to mediate or to sit here and do a workshop, then contact this firm. And if you don't know that, as our interim manager, that's an embarrassment. Please, save our town, take care of our staff.
I will remind you, you direct comments to the commission, not to the staff, and that you are respectful and civil to the staff, please. Come on up, sir.
Bruce Pickett, 1501 Oak. The survey is pretty concerning. My whole life, I believe that the people that work for you and that you work with are who make you who you are, whether it's a town, a company, or the person you are. What's concerning to me about tonight was, after that was presented, the first few minutes of comments didn't pertain to anything about the people. And that's concerning, because this was from the people about y'all, and yet the first few minutes weren't about the people. The only way you're going to fix this is by coming up with a way to make people happy. Money isn't the way to make people happy. By a good work environment and a good community relation will make people happy. Commissioner Reed's idea about doing more surveys will show you if you're working and fixing it or if you're not. And if it comes back the same way every time, you need to refocus and come up with the direct problem. Commissioner Quarry's thought process stating where y'all are in the hierarchy, the manager is responsible for all those people. And so there needs to be a separation from the commission and the people doing the work. And I think that was a good comment. Without all those people that are out there doing all the work, you see the guy ride around in the four-wheeler picking up palm fronds and all that, there's a lot of things in this town that would not get done. Stormwater isn't going to happen without other people here. When we have big floods, you're not going to get your streets drained unless the fire department's out there with volunteers cleaning out your drains. So I think that it should be one of your highest priorities to make the people that are employed here happy in their work environment. The other side of that is that doesn't mean you give them anything and everything, because that's not the answer either. So I would encourage you to think about those people first, second, and third, and then figure out the costs. Let the manager do her job, and y'all do yours.
Thank you.
Tina Kopic, 505 Avenue B. Mayor Dingington, your comments and your inability to self-reflect or accept responsibility for your own actions, instead of accepting responsibility, you try to deflect. You call it a parting shot from the prior manager. These are not the prior manager's words. These are comments of the real employees. And I'm going to read some more of these, some that Jan did not get to. The mayor displays bullying during my public meetings and in emails. The mayor has consistently belittled me. The mayor has bullied me. I have watched the mayor belittle every employee in town for no reason. I have witnessed the mayor bullying and threatening staff members. I mean, there's a reason why this comes up over and over and over again. These are not parting shots from the former manager, because these are the words of the real employees. Mayor Dingington has criticized employees and department section heads. Mayor has attacked everyone with false claims. I have witnessed the mayor belittle and be hostile to multiple employees in the town hall and in public meetings. I have seen in meetings, commission meetings, our mayor trying to bully the employees of town hall. I have witnessed her berate the department heads unprofessionally. She thinks she's an expert on everything and is an embarrassment to our county. Everyone in the county, when they hear about us, states, "Oh, that's where you have the crazy mayor." Yes, I have witnessed the town bullying many employees. She verbally attacks employees when she does not get her way. She makes false accusations about employees and badmouths them. I could go on, but the mayor's inability to self-reflect tonight and accept responsibility for these comments show that nothing is going to change until we change something else. And that would be the person who is belittling everyone. It is clear she has no intention of correcting her behavior because she is brushing this off as belonging to someone else or being a parting shot. The only way to stop the toxic work environment is to get to the root of what is causing the toxicity. We all know where that is, and we know who's causing the toxic work environment.
Joyce Barton, 322 3rd Avenue. It is concerning. It's very concerning. And the generalizations that were made by some of the people on the dais right now just aren't appropriate and are unacceptable. It's not a broad dissatisfaction of a workplace. These are very specific issues that these employees, the staff members, have expressed. And so it's not right to try and pretend that this is just some broad employment issue, okay? It is very specific, and we just heard many examples of that. And to sort of go off of what the previous resident was talking about, trying to pass it off as, you know, the former manager sent this out as a last hit against the mayor is ridiculous. It's your private little vendetta that you have against our former town mayor, manager. The employees had nothing but pretty glowing things to say about the town manager. So if you would read some of those, I'm going to read just a few. I have a minute and a half. Elizabeth brought this town to a place where they were becoming proactive instead of reactive, meaning Elizabeth Mascaro. Elizabeth had been a great town manager. She's appreciable, a good listener, and truly cares about her peers, her subordinates. She will be deeply missed as she embraces a new career endeavor. I'm going to put some reading glasses on. I can't see this. I admire the town manager very much, even knowing her contract is coming to an end, as she is working long hours to prepare the town for her absence. Elizabeth Mascaro goes to bat for her employees. She sets high expectations, but does not allow the commission to run roughshod over us. Her behavior sets standards for the department heads. The town manager has done an amazing job. She is dedicated, and her leadership has been great. So the comments go in completely opposite directions from each other and focusing entirely on two people. So don't broaden this into some unhappy place to work, because it wasn't like that before. But it is that way now. And so my time is up. I will yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Jason Judge, 206 Flamingo Lane. I hope all of you have read this paperwork. I read as much as I could. Between my ADD and the disgust of reading the words that were written by the employees of this town, I just stopped. I would urge you guys to pay attention to what just happened in the last election, where our town showed up to tell you that what they feel about what we've been doing here. If you stand on the wrong side of the history and you sit on your hands with this stuff and you allow this to continue, the town's going to, again, speak up and let you know how they feel about this. This isn't fair to our town employees. Say sorry, make amends, do anything you can to make this better. Our town deserves it and our employees deserve it. They are good human beings. If you sit on your hands and just continue to allow this to happen, you're just as guilty as the one that says the nasty, belittling, and terrible words to the people that work here. Please, please, please make an effort to make this better. You guys have the opportunity. Please do something about it. The town deserves it and our employees deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Anyone else? Seeing none, we will close public comment.
Discussion.
Sorry, I've been trying to take the suggestion to turn it off. Thank you, Ms. Kopic. But you'll have to remind me to turn it back on then. Public comment is closed. Can you remind me of the motion again? Because we've had that was about 45 minutes.
So the motion is to address the public, the toxic work survey at the workshop, whether in December or January. And at the end of it, end of the training, if we can have a facilitator train us, that we all sign a document of understanding and we move forward.
Question, can you require people to sign stuff? I don't know that you can.
Of course not. If you don't sign it, then you didn't sign it.
I mean,
I don't know if it'd be like a certificate of completion of
Yeah.
whatever class or something like that, but I don't know exactly what it would be.
yeah, it's almost like, well, I don't know that you could make it like contractual is what I'm saying. Like signing something, you can't force
It
them.
would just be if you
Yeah.
complete whatever.
You can complete a,
class.
yeah.
Well, that's
yeah.
not what I'm saying, Ryan.
That's
What-
why I was
That's not
asking.
what I'm saying,
Well,
Madam
that's what I was
Mayor.
just asking.
What I'm saying is that if we go through the training, we want to have it signed that we understand this, and that we make a commitment that we understand it. Yeah, it's a commitment when you sign it. If you choose not to, then that's you.
Okay, it
Yeah.
was actually a question to the town attorney.
Yeah.
And he answered it. That
But
was all.
he did not,
Okay.
you were thinking
Um,
about like,
But I do want to point out that the town attorney has actually said that this does not bring liability, and there are some people who are questioning his advice. So I do just want to point out that, because sometimes that is a criticism, but it does seem like sometimes other people question your advice, and we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Has everybody had a chance to speak? We ready to vote? Call the question?
Point of, can we have some more discussion?
yes.
Oh, okay. Do you want to, so we did vote to have this end at 10. We will not get to any department reports yet unless we extend the meeting.
I think this is more important.
Okay, all right. So, would, you have 3 minutes. Mrs. Brown, could you start the clock?
If I could direct some questions to the attorney?
I believe the question time was earlier, then we went to motion. So you did have questions earlier. So we are now, I mean, if you want debate, but it's your 3 minutes.
So you want to start my 3 minutes? Thank you. I believe that this gives the staff the opportunity to file a joint grievance against the town. And I believe that specifically when people say that they're told to change their reports and that other agencies have been contacted and told that these attacks are not attacks. I believe that the town is at a disadvantage, and I believe that having the person that is at the center of all these attacks voluntarily step down would be a lot cheaper to have a new election for a new mayor than to have to go through litigation if all of our employees band together. And I don't agree, I'm not a lawyer, I don't agree with the assessment that this will not be a liability to the town. The records are all going into a direction that is absolutely not in the town's favor with the staff. And I don't see how it cannot be a financial liability that would that would not be larger than a election to replace the mayor. So when she comes out of the bathroom, if you want to stop the clock so I have the time, I will ask the mayor to formally resign. So, Mayor, I believe that these accusations give the town a financial liability that if the employees get together and decide to litigate against us, against the town, that will be a large taxpayer expense. And I believe that there is evidence in this that could very well happen. And I believe that because you're the center of most of the grievances, that I would like to request, or I am requesting that you step down as mayor and allow the town to have another.
I'm sorry, time.
To have
That's
a
your 3
vote.
minutes. You'll have another 1 minute, second opportunity, but that's your time. Did anyone else want to discuss this again before we call the vote? Or I'll go back to Mrs. Corey so she can continue a second time of speaking. I believe, is it 2 minutes or 1 minute the second time? Yeah, I've got it up here somewhere. I think it's 2, yeah.
Be 2.
So if anybody else wants to speak right now, they get a chance first. Okay, Corey, you can speak for your second time on debate for 2 minutes.
Thank you. As I was saying, I believe that in order to be an effective individual and save the town money, that it would be more cost-effective for us to have an election to vote for a new mayor and for you to step down as mayor. I believe that the chasm that this report with our staff has caused, I really think that it's in your best interest and in the town's best interest for you to step aside and let the town try to move forward with the employees that we have, and that would be a very large step of healing that you could be directly credited for. And I think that it would be, I think that we are liable in this situation. And I really hope that you'll consider stepping aside as mayor with grace. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion before we call the vote? All in favor of having this in either December or January? I don't want to waste time, but whatever the motion stated. But to only deal with the, quote, toxic work environment and not the other parts of the survey that were covered. Say, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Nay. I feel like we should at least cover the benefits and the other provisions if we're going to talk about it. Okay, we'll move on to Mr. Knight. Can you please get, there was the couple things that you were going to look into about getting the records, or I could ask.
Yes,
those
so what you were looking
before
for,
this, the
so
next
we
meeting.
could make it clear to everybody, is you're looking for the contract with the survey firm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a contract or if it's just, if there's more than one document, but whatever the terms
Yes,
are.
the questions that were on the survey, the full list of questions.
Yeah, whatever
You
they-
want to know how the questions were selected.
Yeah.
With the survey, who actually took the survey.
Well,
So
I
the
mean,
background info, not the actual individual,
not the actual
but
individuals,
the
but like,
group.
who was it confined
Yes.
to? And then who, like, was it like there were 30 potential people and 25 responded, or, but it, you know, was only paid full and part-time employees, not any, whatever that, yeah. And so that was the first, yeah. And I'd like to be able to, like, get it, like, could I get that in like a week so that I can review it before whenever, you know, because we're going to be in the holidays, so.
So I could request that. I did meet with Jennifer beforehand. I know there is some type of agreement that was signed electronically.
Okay.
So I will request that from her.
And if it does reference other agreements, then obviously those two, because they're incorporated. So you know that, but
Yes.
she may not, so.
Yeah, so this should be the only agreement, because this is our first agreement with them, so.
Yeah, so I'd love to start with those three, I'll, you know.
Okay.
That, yeah. Okay, the next item then is, get my glasses.
It's H, discussion on creating a strategic timeline to prioritize efforts.
Thank you. I have a giant, great item, Dr. Cronin. So, because we did D at F early. We pulled, what was that? Yeah, that was the procedures. That one got, okay. Okay, yeah, sorry. Page 193, this is your item, Dr. Cronin, so you can go ahead and present.
All right, so what I was hoping that we could also bring to the next workshop was the idea of creating a strategic timeline of the coming year and what we can expect to do and when we need to do it by. There's a couple things on the horizon, like the comprehensive plan that is going to be done this coming year. Also the budget, watching the budgetary practice. This season was, a lot of special meetings, a lot of things that if we can prepare ourselves ahead of time, I think we can do a better job, hopefully, a little more efficient job. But there are other things that I worry about that we respond to in kind of a whack-a-mole kind of, for instance, I understand that there are some streets that are scheduled to be repaved every year. Like we know which streets are going to be fixed each year. Well, I don't know that as a commissioner, but these are things that we should know so that the public is, when they ask us a question, we know, oh, well, yeah, Surf and 6th Avenue are going to be paved in 2026, repaved or whatever. So there's things on this strategic timeline that I think all the commissioners would benefit from. And I think that if we can bring these ideas, and I'm sure each one of the commissioners and the mayor have an idea what should be on this timeline too, and we can bring it to the workshop and kind of bring it together and come up with a document that we can guide ourselves with over the next year.
I don't want to cut you short, but I love it.
Okay.
Your present, the idea is great. We may not need, we all get to sort of speak now, but somebody could. Does anybody have any questions? I'm supportive of it, so I think it's a great.
Lisa was so ahead of the curves. He was already developing something similar that we can work from.
Yeah.
So we're real ahead of the
that's
curve.
What I'm saying. I think that she's already doing a lot of that and a good idea, but I also think it's prudent for you to put it on because you lose track of things if you don't stay up with them. And
right.
So, I love it.
Right.
Anybody else? Have any questions or comment? If not, somebody could feel free. You can make a motion on your own item.
Well, isn't there a way that you can, if you got consensus, you just say if there's any?
Well, no, we still have to have a motion. For some things, we still do have to, like agenda. We still have to have a thing on. I can make a motion, but it's better if I don't, so I can suggest.
No, I thought you could say something. You could say, is there any concerns, anything like that? If not, if there's no objections, we move forward, right?
Well, yeah, no, because in the past, when it seems like there's consensus, it was always, well, if it doesn't get put on the task list or it's not unless there is an actual vote. So
okay. Well, I move that we accept this plan of creating a strategic timeline at our next workshop for prioritizing events.
So we are the ones creating that.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, because I think actually the town managers kind of wanted us to sort of give her priorities. So essentially, we'd be prioritizing stuff and then adding some timelines to it.
A second.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment on that. Is there any further discussion? Did the manager want to add any or no?
No, I appreciate you all just taking a look at this.
Yeah.
This is my 6 weeks of information. So I look forward to us working together to really clarify where we want to go in the directions. And then this helps build us to the next budget year. So I truly appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That carries 5-0. Very good, Dr. Cronin. I just want to say, because of all of the manager, everything, I don't think I've sent a single email to anyone in town in like a month. It's because all of the information is coming in, and even, she's reached out to various residents and met with them, so. Okay, then next item is finance budget report. That's where we are. Now, I think we probably are going to be blowing our time. Technically, we just have to have a vote on the finance report, and, you know, we'll get to it when we get there, but the finance manager's not here, so I assume that you're presenting the finance report, Manager Frazier.
Yes, ma'am. I went over this with Jen before she left, but I'm not sure that you're voting on this, is just the
Yeah, we actually
monthly
are required,
report.
we're required to vote.
The monthly
All the other
report?
reports we're not required to, but in our charter and the code, it requires that we vote, we actually vote and approve the finance report each month. That is,
Well, then
I don't know if it's our charter or code, but it's a requirement, so we can't change it by resolution.
Well, then I apologize. If you have any questions, I'm willing to answer them.
Who would like to be recognized, if anyone?
I'd
Commissioner
have,
Reed, go ahead. Oh, yes, sorry. I passed the gavel
kind
to
of
the vice
in
mayor.
no
I
man's
apologize.
land
I had to
to
use
me,
the
but-
restroom. Sorry, thank you.
No,
for-
no, no, I just.
Thank
was
you for
like, uh-oh.
reminding me. Commissioner Reed, go ahead.
Sorry, Commissioner Reed.
right, so this is just a kind of a proposal. We're looking at, prompted by the finance report, and perhaps it becomes a part of the, I would definitely be bringing it to the strategic planning session there. But I'm looking at Department 22 on page 201 of the package. So in the Department 22 is fire control, and then in the top line is the regular salaries. So in the budget that we got passed, there was budgeted to have 3 full-time firefighters added, and that was funded for the entire fiscal year. So we've gone through October, and those positions have not been staffed. We're likely probably not going to staff them in November either, and I don't know, maybe not through December. But so my proposal then would be is that since those positions have not been staffed and that salaries have not been that allocated salary money has not been spent, that we would reallocate that unspent salary elsewhere in the budget. One suggestion for me would be that we would reallocate that down to the stormwater fund.
Question, are you saying like, so because in the months that have passed or may pass, you're saying reallocate the proportional, like the monthly proportional? Because if you.
So the money that would have spent, the
That in that month.
the salaries and burden on top of that would have been paid in that month.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that it wasn't because there was no staff, that we would reallocate that in the budget.
Yeah, I think that's a great motion. I mean, because it doesn't prevent those from being hired and paid, but it just recognizes that they haven't been done yet, but that money is allocated, so we could put it to use somewhere else and maybe then not have to do adjustments later. But I thought I saw the manager. Did you have a suggestion or thought? I thought I saw you shake your head, so if you wanted to speak to that.
I would just recommend that we do not do anything with that at this time. I mean, this is going to be a readjustment to the budget, so that is what occurs. What I have recommended in my planning is that we actually look at the budget every quarter and then do a budget adjustment accordingly, which would happen then in February. And what I caution us about doing these adjustments every month is that, again, we don't know for this instance, we don't know what's going to happen with our fire department at this point. We don't know yet if we're going to get the SAFER grant. I reported to you last week, or maybe it was in this month's, this month's report, that we've had wonderful correspondence, at least, our representatives reaching back out to us because of the letter we sent regarding the FEMA SAFER grant. And Herodopoulos' office, Moody's office, Mayfield's office, they've all gotten back with us and said, how can we help? So, now that the government's back open, perhaps, I think that Herodopoulos' office sent a letter, because I signed a release to please do so, asking FEMA to get back with us as soon as they can. So I just caution you to do these mid-quarter adjustments. The money's not going anywhere. We may need it in the very near future, and it's still going to be there. But what I'm just asking or recommending is that we start looking at the budget on a quarterly basis and then make those adjustments after that time. Again, there's a lot of unfunded, very important projects that need to be addressed, and that's why I look forward to this commission's direction.
Okay, Commissioner Reed, did you have, so that was one, which, do you want to take a vote on that, or do you want to go through other?
Well, I guess I'd like to just respond to what she's
Okay.
saying. So the proposal is not on a monthly basis, but I think we should look at it hard at the quarter timeframe. And I don't think it's in any way affects Safer Grant, since no money has been spent. So I don't think there's an impact there.
I'd like to say too, yeah, I don't think his suggestion affects the Safer Grant at all either, because, I mean, it's, yeah. So, but I do understand what you're saying, and I do want to say you did a good job writing that letter that we had voted on, you know, but I don't, yeah, I don't think that the request affects the Safer, I think they're two completely unrelated issues. I do think the idea of doing a quarterly look and doing any adjustments each quarter, as well as the budget resolutions then, rather than waiting till the end of the year where you lump all of them together, is a much better best practice that a lot of cities do, so I like that recommendation. I think what Commissioner Reed kind of said maybe is a compromise, that we could have a vote, we potentially could have a vote now, just to say that, if those positions, one or more of those positions aren't fully hired by the quarter, there will be a budget resolution at the quarter, because that addresses your concern as well, that let's not do them monthly, let's do them quarterly. But I don't know, perhaps.
I'll make a motion. So I'll make a motion that we consider at the quarterly review of the budget to reallocate the unspent paid firefighter salary plus burden. I'm going to say we would reallocate it to stormwater, and my thinking for there is largely that I think we're going to experience some cost growth in that project. So, but we can discuss other ones. But that's my motion.
And I believe it was a proportional, it's not the whole amount. So we have a motion, is there a second? I will make a second if somebody else is not willing to. Okay, I will pass the gavel to Vice Mayor, here you go. And I will second that motion. So you're mayor now. You're chair for a minute.
Bruce Larson, 1507 Pine Street. So great discussion. You should absolutely not rush into reallocations monthly unless there's absolutely no way that you can spend the money anymore. There are those circumstances. This is probably not one of those. I would offer to Commissioner Reed to maybe a friendly opportunity to adjust his motion to include all funding categories so that you have a monthly running tally still sitting in the places where they are, but identifying funds that have not been spent on something that can't, within the current approved scope, can't be spent. If you haven't bought all of your printer toner cartridges yet, but can later, that doesn't apply. If you had approval to hire 3 bodies, have not hired them, then under the current approvals, you can't spend that money anymore. You can reallocate it, or if the Safer Grant comes in, you could then adjust the earlier commitment to 3 bodies and spend it in a different way, so it makes sense to leave it there. But that way you have an idea every month of what that running tally is, so you're forewarned going into that quarterly review. You already have a good idea, and you can be thinking all quarter long on what you would spend it on, so it's not in the meeting, a surprise, it's $100,000, and now you have to figure out how you're going to spend it or where to reallocate it to. Instead, it's very deliberate, and you're getting advance notification of that. So I would offer that you could expand that same content to all budget categories, to have a unobligated, not able to be spent tally, and that way you have a sum of that every month in the report, and you could be aware and planning in advance how you're going to reallocate. But it is best practice to do reallocations quarterly. But if you had to do it monthly, you could do it at any time. But if you get into too frequent of a living budget, then you become more reactive and you're worried about the change. What did I do last month? So do it quarterly is a good practice, but having enough advance notice of what that budget number is going to be. Hey, how could we do this well? And then you can actually use, as Commissioner Cronin's strategic priority model, what is our number one thing? How unfunded is it? And could we even do anything good with $50,000 against all of stormwater? Well, actually, you probably could. But anyways, that's my input is apply it to all of your budget.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed, do you want to amend your motion?
I'll try to say it amended. So the motion would be that we do quarterly budget reviews, and as a part of that, evaluate the unspent cap funds, or perhaps identify unspent funds that could be reallocated.
Is there a second?
Oh, yes, I will second that motion. Yep.
Is there further discussion from the town? Discussion among the commissioners?
Yes.
Sherry? Commissioner Quarry?
I believe that is a function that the finance department has already done over the years, where the finance department with the town manager reviews the budget on, I don't know if it's quarterly or if it's every 3 months, and goes over those allocations of what could be put into a emergency expense, if you will. So I believe that's already a function of the finance department and the town manager, so that's why I won't be voting for it, because it's already happening. It has, in my opinion, over the last years I've been involved. And you could verify that with the finance department, but, I mean, we get these numbers, they look at them, they know. So that's the only reason I'll be voting against the motion, is because I believe it's already happening. Thank you.
Commissioner Butler? Any other comments?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, I don't think it is already happening. One of the recommendations in the past by our auditor, what we were cited 2 times in a row in a couple past years for not doing budget amendments or like not doing them timely. It has been an audit issue in the past. But since those audit findings in those prior audits or whatever, because they're required to be addressed, they have started to do the budget amendments. However, my experience is that they wind up getting done at the end of the year. But which is not anything wrong with that, but it does cram everything in together, and you forget all of the stuff that happened. And standard practice for a lot of cities, because it's, you know, it seems like, oh, we have to do this, but these budget resolutions, and these are one of the things that auditors, like, it's on their checklist to look for. So auditors tend to recommend that you kind of don't wait till the end of the year. You know, some cities do them monthly, but I would say for us, monthly is just too burdensome. But doing it quarterly, that's 4 times a year, is better, because what it does also is then at the end of the year, they're not having to not only do the budget, but like figure out all the budget resolutions they're going to have to do at the end of the year, because then all they've got is 3 months instead of 12. So that's why I will vote for it, because it's been an audit issue for this town in the past that had to be corrected. It's standard practice that's recommended to do it either monthly if you're able to, or at least quarterly, not the end of the year. So for those reasons, it's good, sound fiscal sort of policy. Plus, we'll remember it a lot easier. I think there'll be less contention if we're just doing it every 3 months rather than waiting 12 months. So that's my
I'd like it. Before I call the question, Amber, could you reread the motion?
You're doing a great job. Great chair. For a newbie, you're doing a great job.
The motion was to do quarterly budget reviews, and as part of that, include reviewing unspent funds and how they can be reallocated. Was that?
It doesn't require it. It's like.
Okay, I don't see that being contentious at all. So, all right. So let's call the question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Okay.
Aye, nay.
So there's 3 ayes, 2
Does that
nays.
cancel out?
It-
No, I
it
said
It carries,
I wanted to
and,
say nay.
yeah.
Like a
Madam Mayor, I'm
horse.
going to hand this back to you,
Okay.
but we've reached the time.
I know, yeah. So we have reached 10:01. So technically, we voted earlier. We
Call the
haven't,
question?
but we haven't voted on the finance report, which we are required to do. Would somebody like to make a motion to
Make a motion to accept the finance report?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? I mean, I don't know that Commissioner Reed got done with his questions, but we are at 10 o'clock, so or somebody could. Did you have more questions?
No, that was what I wanted to
right.
cover this evening.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the finance report. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Finance report carries 4-1.
And make a
One-
motion to adjourn?
One thing, hold on, how do we want to deal with the fact that we didn't get through anything else on the agenda? Does it get pushed to the next meeting?
Yep.
Because it's on the agenda. So, and it has to be, well, we don't have to vote on the other reports.
Nope.
So they could go on a workshop, but that is going to require potentially them to be there. Also, I would like to make one suggestion. We have somebody from the technology board that is here.
We just let him.
And has stayed here all night. So could I have a motion that we will extend it to allow him to speak? Since he has waited.
I make a motion to extend just for the moments that our representative from the technology board presents his report.
Oh, wait, hold on, and one other thing. That we have a section of commission reports. I have a little speech and a written thing. We're gonna conclude. What I would like to do is I can forgo needing to speak. I'd like to be able to just give it to the town clerk and she can add it as the commission report, which I would have just read. That way we don't have to deal with it. So if that is okay.
And time limit for?
Yeah, I think he had said 1 to 3 minutes. Okay, so sorry. I thought I did have a second. I have a motion from, thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any public comment? Any discussion? No, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We're voting on
Letting Bruce speak.
extending it a few minutes to let him speak since he waited the entire time.
What is the time frame?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, that
And it
carries
will be-
5-0.
And it will be asking for a vote. More to follow from the Technology Advisory, Bruce Larson, Chair of the Technology Advisory Board. More to follow in our formal reporting processes to you. Progress is going on all of our projects as we speak. As you remember, we've divided up focus leads for each of our tasks, and that way we can do a lot of work without having to be burdened by the sunshine in between meetings. Two new task projects requests have come to the Technology Advisory Board, both from town staff and commissioners alike. Multiple people have asked for the same thing. So I thought that would be good to bring them to you tonight and ask if you'd like us to add them to our workload. Topic one was the audiovisual and communications capabilities, specifically in this room, but really it's for the town hall in general. as we looked at it. We've had historic challenges here. So AV in here, have the tech board look at what we're doing and what we might need to do so we can lean forward into the budget year next year if we need to invest in anything. That's topic one. Topic two is the business processes and technology that support business processes for Town Hall, or specifically around BS&A software. So the concepts of our building department and any other, because it's really an octopus arrangement, a lot of different staff departments have input and use of that software. And so there was some discussion and request for us to take a review of that. Is it the right tool? Are we using it correctly? Do we need training? Do we need more or less modules or another tool? So just like we address all of our technology, we don't make those assumptions going in. We want to review the processes, see how the town uses the capability, and make recommendations to the commission. So two topics for us to take on. Audiovisual supporting this building and others throughout Town Hall, not to include the police department, and the BS&A software. So if you'd like to add us those two projects to our list, then we will take it to our next meeting and prioritize them and get back to you.
Yeah, I would be totally supportive. I just want people to remember these are highly qualified citizens who it's free, they volunteer, and they're doing a great job. They've been working, I think, well with all the staff on, each one is assigned to a different thing. So I'm for it, and to take advantage of it, I'll be in favor.
So do we need to make a motion here?
Yeah, I mean, if anybody, if somebody would comment, or if somebody wants to make a motion, yes, I would need a motion, because he needs a vote for it.
I guess I'll make a motion that we have the Technology Advisory Board take on the two new tasks, one being the AV system, audio-video system evaluation here, and then the business process software, the BS&A software evaluation.
Okay, and is there a second? I did mean to ask, I believe that the manager is in favor of this, or supports.
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah,
ma'am.
okay.
I met with them, and I
Yeah.
really appreciate their assistance. Thank you.
So I would need a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any discussion before I call the vote?
So I think the idea of having AV in here is amazing. Great idea, great thing, well needed, like bring us into the 20th century, right? But Bruce, I don't understand too much about the second part of your mission. And I feel like I'm voting on something that I'm ignorant of, so I'm not exactly comfortable with the second part. Is there a way I could get more information on that?
If I may, sir. What I had asked the board to please assist us on is to look at different municipal government operations. Most municipalities have an integrated type of system where they take in permits, where they, do the finances, where they do a whole myriad of HR even, your timesheets.
So it's like the software.
It's the software, and we do not have the time and, quite frankly, the knowledge to go out and look at these different type of softwares to see what it is that would be the most useful for us and cost-effective, correct? And BSA has their limitations, and Jen has mentioned some of the modules that we could possibly turn on, but, we haven't been budgeted that type of dollars, and so to actually look at it and do a comparison. So that's what we've asked this group to please do for us, is some type of software comparison.
Okay, now I understand.
Right.
So you're going to.
BS&A is a
There's no
CRM
fiscal
system.
note here.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
basically,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, and
All right.
she
We just don't take work
she did a
on.
great job of explaining that. But because I've been here now, so we have different software options, and BS&A is one of the big ones because it does our finance. It's like finance, but it also does the building department. And there are other options, and some are better than others, obviously price. You renew these every so often. So at some point we'll come up with a renewal where we either decide to keep it or we could just choose to do another one. And because they're so busy, that time comes up, but they may not have ever had the time. So then you got to keep something going.
All right, well, let's call the question.
Okay, all right. All in favor?
It's part ERP and part CRM.
Okay, so no other discussion or debate? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That carries 5-0. Okay, so we will
Thank you.
be retired. Look, I see you
Thank
smiling
you.
over there. You're so happy. We're at 10 o'clock. No, I'm kidding. I meant that in a good way. You're like, yeah, we're gonna go. Okay, it's 10:09. We stayed open for that. We will not get to any of the other reports or the manager's report. You know what? I feel bad. I promised that Mrs. Adler that you were going to discuss but I think that's something you could do in an email to us.
I will
and then
email
an
all the
email to
pertinent
her
information.
to kind of keep us.
Yes,
I thank you so much. We had talked about that, and I was so glad that you were doing that. Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Hold on.
Second.
And hold on. I'm going to submit my commission report. I have like a little 3-page or maybe 4-page thing, but I will add the cover page to it because that's what it's so, and I'll submit it that way. That won't have to go on the next one. Okay. And can I get that to you on Friday? We have a meeting on Friday. I'll get it to you that day. Would that work? Then you could supplement. Okay.
Yep.
So now I'll take your motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Who made
Second.
it first? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Say aye.
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 Was that meeting?
All opposed? Was that 5-0? Yeah.
Via email?
Yeah. Okay. So that carried 5-0, I believe.
Did I miss something? I thought I was going to. Okay. Friday at 2?